I'm sorry,
Shannon.
Shannon, sorry. Know what's going on with the TV. Yeah, here's a clicker if you need it.
So that's advances.
Yeah.
Slides. Up and down.
I'm gonna go side to side.
Oh, side to side. Okay.
This can be better.
That's it. Right.
And that's it, and you're on for everything else, couldn't share it. You wanna run with it?
Okay. Then my only question is, tomorrow for the huddle,
You're,
are we ready to
Just-
discuss next month's calendar?
yeah, I'll check with it. Just looking at your video.
Okay, that's fine. Hi, good morning. But yeah, so like going over the Tuesday meetings are wanting us to set that
Yes,
a month in advance.
yes.
I don't know if there's already a schedule out there.
Yeah, I'll
We
get
just need
with
to go over it or what? I'm gonna have to start marking some people tardy.
Yeah, well, you know, traffic is crazy.
Yeah,
I was gonna leave an hour early. Just because you never know,
yeah,
but I ended up, it was 45 minutes and I made it just. on time.
yeah. I had a goal of leaving my house at 7:30 this morning. I was more like 7:45 because I
Here.
just decided to make myself a sandwich. Because I was like, I'm not gonna be able to get food.
I know, I don't usually eat breakfast and so I haven't been eating and I've been leaving your store after
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
so yeah, I brought my lunch today. There is still some leftover mac and cheese from last week.
Oh,
Have at it.
no, thank you.
No.
No, thank you. I
I
don't
think-
need to carb that bad.
Yeah, I think we need to throw that out.
Wow. Oh, I know Tara said she was coming today, but that's okay.
I mean, this is gonna be a one-on-one.
I don't know, I mean, I'm pretty sure Tara will be here,
Okay.
but,
Well, we can wait. I mean, honestly, like,
it has, when I did Ignite, there was just, I showed up for just one, and that was with Jennifer Pope, and that was fine, you know, she just carried it on and carried through.
yeah. Yeah,
But I thought, wow, how special am I? I never figured it out.
well, I have to figure out a way to drive attendance to stuff like this.
Well, I mean, I would think especially like the newer people would want to show up for that. Because, but I mean, if they're working.
I wonder, I do want, like, 4 hours session does sound like a long time.
Well, I think I would have rather have done a 4 hour 1 week than the Ignite that was a whole month.
Yeah,
I mean, it was it 3 days? Yeah, it was only 3 days a week, but it was for the whole, was it 3 days a week? I don't remember now, I feel like it was. But, I mean, it was good. And I wasn't licensed then at all, I was still studying, so I couldn't do anything anyway.
Yeah,
And I wasn't working, so I was like, made it feel normal to come in to
Yeah.
an office.
What are you teaching us about today?
good morning. Are you gonna sit in every once in a while?
I am,
Good.
what's your
We
thing
could
today?
use your input.
Well, I don't have a lot.
Going
I'm not
over,
an expert at anything, you know, I'm a jack of all trades.
yeah, I hear you.
What is your thing about today?
Appointments,
Oh, setting
session
appointments.
3, appointment,
Okay,
yeah,
that's important. What time does it start? At 9?
9,
Tara said she was coming.
that's what I said, like,
No, Tara, not.
Tara Kitzmiller, yeah.
It's more.
Oh, she's Sasser, actually. That was her married name, so she's gone back to a maybe Tara Sasser. Yeah, she said she was coming. Yeah, she was here yesterday.
and Kendall was here, right?
Yeah, Kendall's got, I just got a call from Kendall. She's under contract with a property and she's having issues.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
So, well, she's just dealing with a difficult agent, so
Yeah,
she calls me. Well, she said this, is this okay? I'm like, well, yeah, if you were the buyer's agent, would you do that? Like, but this agent came in and I always like to share scenarios because I feel like every scenario is different, right? But
yeah,
in her instance, she's selling a property as is, which means you're not doing any work on it, right? So the agreement was that they would do as is, but anything over $4,000, they would want the seller to repair, which is fair. But so they got a general inspection company in to do the sewage, the scoping, you know, but they could only go so far. So then they needed permission to get a specialist company in to go another 125 feet. They could only go 75 initially. And so with that, they now have the specialist in. Now she called Kendall to say, well, we want permission to rip up the carpet because what is it called? Not it's the line, but there's a line in the laundry room too, or you can go through the toilet, right? But they want to rip up the carpet in the one bedroom so that they can go through that line. I'm like, she's like, what do I say to that? It's like, you say no.
yeah, well,
Like, why would I let you rip
Why
up
would-
the carpet when
why
I don't
would-
even know if you're gonna go through with this transaction, and why aren't if you've got a specialist, why isn't the specialist utilizing other avenues? Like,
what line did they put carpet in?
they put, so there's it's
In a
called-
bedroom?
It's in the basement, I guess.
Basement.
But you know, sometimes they have those,
Yeah.
what do they call, there's a name for it. It's kind of like a drain, you know, like if there's water in the basement, like you have like a drain sort of thing. But if that was clogged up and there's carpet over it, the carpet would be wet, you would smell it, it's clearly not a problem.
Right,
But they're trying to find a problem, is what I think that they're trying to do.
cause they want out,
Cause they want to pay less
cause they
for the
want.
house, yeah. That's what we think, we kind of, that's kind of what we think her tactic is, like as an agent. You know, she's trying to get her buyers to buy into less of the house.
How long was this house on the market?
Not long, she only
Then
had
I'd
on the
say-
market a few days, it's in Cherry Grove.
I'd say pound sand, dude.
Well, that's what I said to her, tell her
We'll just go back-
you've
we'll go
got
back
other
to market.
offers,
Yeah, we'll go
yeah,
back
I
to
mean,
market.
don't lie, because she does have other offers, they're not as strong as this one. But she doesn't have to know that, I said, just tell her you have.
But I
other
mean, even if
offers.
it was only on the market for so, then we'll just go back to market.
Yeah.
Like my people are like,
Exactly.
that's always what I do.
Yeah,
Is like, hey, we're not stressed.
Yeah.
You want this? We've already agreed to something.
right,
You wanna retread deal points? That's unprofessional on your part, and we'll just go back to market. You have to be the one to break it to your client like. We lost it because you pushed too hard.
I mean, it's astounding to me, like, there was one agent. She sold, I think, She's been in the business 39 years. And this was one of Kendall's other, she calls me all the time and we banter about it, but she's like, this lady has been in the industry 39 years. I think her last name is Matoush. So you think 39 years, lady, you've got some extensive experience, And she called and said, well, if it's as is, that means like we can't do inspections. She told Kendall that. It's like, well, it's not my job to educate her.
No, it's not.
What does she get? When you sell a house as is, it doesn't mean that your buyer cannot choose to have inspections.
Yeah,
Because even though how you've got to understand it is like your inspection period, like let's say it's 10 days. Even if your buyer is buying houses as is, they still have the right to inspect the house. And I would never sell to a buyer that doesn't, I would never say buy a house without inspection. Now you could do an inspection for information purposes only.
yeah, that's right.
But it's a very loose, it's loose in the contract because even though they do information purposes only, if they come across something big, they still have the right to withdraw from the contract within
That's
that
right.
10-day period, right? So yeah, it just blew my mind that as a 39-year veteran in the business, that you didn't know that you could buy an as-is house and still make sure that your buyers can have an inspection. I was blown by that.
Good, how are you?
So anyway, it's all
Yes,
good.
yeah.
It's just interesting to see.
Kelly? Yes,
People's
I do
different
like your-
perspectives.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I love the stories. They help me
Yeah.
because I feel like no transaction is the same. Right, transaction is different.
Hello?
And when you listen to the different stories, you
Kelly?
always learn. You always learn something. I think older agents get tired of hearing the story, but Annie's like, I've heard everything that's out there, I don't blame her, but. And sometimes they do, they're all crazy, some of the stories are crazy. But, yeah, it's just interesting. The way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
we-
unfold.
Well, the house we bought, we didn't do an inspection on it because
Oh,
it's
really?
official. Cause I have so many general contractors that I work with in the business.
That you
I
didn't
just-
care,
I'm
right?
just like, dude,
Yeah.
tell me if there's anything I need to be worried about. That's all I care about.
So they came out with you.
Hey, Kelly.
Yeah, I think that makes a big difference, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I never, even during COVID, people, I had so many buyers that we lost out on bids. Because, the housing market was like nuts. And people were bringing the buyers.
Are you there?
And saying we would waive all inspections and
Okay.
I've heard story after story after story of people who were in that period.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to be teaching Breakthrough 120 right now, session 3 and appointment. No. Shannon Zeller's the only one here, so we're kind of waiting for more people. I don't know how long that should wait.
Yeah, we buy cars,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know it was, it's just her. I know, it's weird. And then as far as. Yeah, there were 10 here yesterday.
This time.
Yeah, so. Here's my second student, so, but as far as Natalie, yes, I have Natalie scheduled.
No, if they were stupid enough not to do their. due
Yeah, let me look at my
diligence, they're
calendar.
fault.
I'm sorry.
So good of you. Well, bright and chirpy today. Try. And. What's
Just
your,
trust
what
you.
headband is that? Cause I need headbands, but I can't wear them, they all hurt me.
I know, this one, I gotta adjust it a little bit. The best headbands that I have are the ones that actually like loop around the elastic and are like, plastic.
Yeah,
like,
Natalie is
jelly
on the
material.
6th,
And I can only find them like on Etsy now, they're like $10.
Yeah. There was a couple meetings because of.
I don't know, I don't know,
Just
there's shelf
They
there.
might always end up going up this way.
Yeah, I don't
Why?
have much of a shelf there either, so
You
like, it
got
has
air
little
there.
pieces of,
Another one on the
on the underside, so it sticks. You know
Oh,
what I
okay.
mean, like,
Yeah.
these little prongs.
The little teeth.
So it doesn't hurt. like,
Where'd you get that one?
This one was like a 6-pack
Unbelievably
at
bright,
Target.
Oh,
And
so
like, if I like push it back apart enough, it doesn't, I'll pull it forward a little bit,
about
so I'll have to
done
like,
everything he's
mess
about
with
to
it a little
take his
bit.
test.
Why is that so
And so,
expensive?
it's like,
It really hurts me.
Yes.
And
It also
and
previously.
then combined with my glasses, I'm like, okay, that's too much pressure on my head. I need to do something.
He's in college, he's like, so I.
We were just talking about,
I'm like,
I was telling
but
you
he
about.
did mention,
got
so
a
he
deal
did
right
mention
now.
like, I think I would like to be on. the
She's
team.
studying house in Cherry
So
Grove
who
as
here
is.
has a team?
Right, no, she said mention that.
Yeah. And she's under contract, but the agent,
Well,
I mean,
you
from
online.
the get-go, we know
Doing
the
everything
agent's
online
trying
next year.
to,
Yeah,
it's clear that she's trying to get the price knocked
I
down.
mean, I know.
Based
that,
on
but
just
she's
situation.
like, she's really, like, she's
That's fine,
worse overwhelmed.
but the house that
Well,
is, there's nothing
well,
wrong with the sewers.
she's like, hey, you want
But she's now also a specialist company coming to do the sewer store. Which is fine.
Yeah.
But there's, I don't know what it's called, what's that scope area called that they do in the basement, like under the carpet? There's a, no, it's where the
Yeah.
sewer with the. Whatever, it's like a drain.
Right, yes.
Yeah, I introduced yesterday.
Yeah, it's a,
Follow up today. It's not follow up.
I hear you.
Yeah, I love this because you.
anyway,
Time.
so
I'm like, I
they
don't
have a
remember it. I
bathroom
know.
and they have the toilet that they can scope.
It's just like, I called it a drain, like.
Yeah.
Just like a little.
They have the bathroom, or they have the laundry room and the toilet that they can scope through. But they now may switch to say they want to usually put up.
Right.
So they can get a thorough sewage. There's apparently a drain there.
Okay,
Well,
okay, that's really good.
there's
Okay,
no,
I will do that.
there's no
Um,
sewage backup or
Is
water
okay, the
issue
inspection
there.
period?
Yeah, sounds good.
They
Thank you. Bye bye.
What can
they
you do?
wanna rip up the carpet. The only carpet that is not, that's halfway decent.
I mean, they'll pull
Yeah.
it from the wall, like,
No, someone cut it.
no, if you wanna like carefully pull it from the wall.
Why
and fold
can't they
it up.
go, why can't they go through another outlet? I guess it's my
I-
question. If you're a specialist, if you're calling a specialist company,
I agree, I mean, I guess it's. How old the house is, where it's located, what the pipelines are like in that neighborhood, maybe he knows a little bit, like, just plain devil's advocate.
no, I know, there's
Just
no
like-
trees. It's a
Okay,
flat
that's
yard.
great. No, well,
There's no, he had it cleaned out.
Hi.
Hi.
So we just, like, I like hashing these things out,
Yes.
because I'm like, when.
But I see
scenarios
your
come up,
point, I'm
yeah.
not arguing, I'm
Like,
just like,
I-
trying
yeah.
to play devil's.
No, it makes sense, and I like that, because that makes me learn, but. I was like, Kendall, what, if that's shitty old carpet, why not?
Like.
It's just
whatever.
like, it's the best carpet in the house, like. I was
Okay,
like,
and again,
what?
so, alright, if you're gonna pull it up, then you need to pull it from the wall, roll it up carefully like that, or if they cut it, like seam it properly, so it doesn't look like a huge patch, like that's. On you, like,
Yeah,
like if you wanna do that, then you're gonna.
but they're not even, yeah,
There's
I
still-
guess,
Cause there's not a guarantee you're gonna buy, like you. they
well,
set
that's the
that down.
thing, it's not a guarantee they're gonna buy,
So
they're gonna
like, then
do that,
so then are you willing to pay to replace the carpet
Right.
if you don't buy?
yeah. Yeah. Good question.
No. That would be my thing, like, hey, like, we're open to it, but. If you're gonna cut the carpet, then you're gonna replace the carpet, if that's important to her.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta meet me somewhere.
She's got quite a challenge, she's got a, because the guy that I think that she's under contract with. Is having surgery, so he's
The
on
agent,
the seller.
the seller.
So he can't even answer questions.
Oh. It's a lot.
I probably shouldn't be sharing all this information about a
Did he
deal, but
name, did he name you as his power of attorney?
he named his girlfriend as a power of attorney, but. Yeah, I don't know, it's been quite a challenge for her,
Like
'cause
6%.
yeah, just. I was sort of extra-
Oh, okay, but that's still debilitating, like, that's.
No, but the house is like. He's a slow, so the house is like, oh, yes, and she had to go like. wipe down the walls with Pine-Sol.
Hey, we've all been there.
I know. Welcome to real estate. Yeah.
I have done a hell of a lot of landscaping.
Me too.
You know what?
Me too. I mean, I've got clients writing in
I'm
my
like,
Google
maybe I should
reviews.
be a handyman.
I've got clients writing in my Google reviews. She's she's got one hell of a hand with a weed whacker. I'm like, yeah, that's not kind of what I was hoping for in my Google review, but that's
Hey,
Funny.
okay.
What was that one movie, American Beauty with Annette Bening,
yes, and
Right.
Steve.
right? She's like, shows up to do an open house. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I
And
haven't
she
seen
like shake like I
She
think
strips down her bra
Bra
and panties and
panties,
cleans
yeah.
the whole house before she does the.
and the whole time she's just like bitching about stuff like.
Story about lives.
Wait, no, she's not. I think she's giving herself affirmations. Like I think she's like,
Yeah,
you're gonna sell this house. It's gonna be great.
yeah, yeah.
I need to see that. I haven't seen it. Maybe I wasn't an agent when I saw that and it didn't resonate.
Yeah. I remember that scene because, so my mom is one of 10.
Yeah.
And so her oldest sister, was an agent in Atlanta. And, my mom said they all went to visit, another sister one time. And the next thing you know, that aunt is in her bra and panties, like touching the paint. Just, they're there for like a girls' weekend, visiting each other. She
Touching up, right? I guess that's the best way to not get it on your clothes, yeah?
You know, and my mom, you know, her name was,
Yeah.
you know, she's like, Mary Ellen, she's like, Meg is not selling this house. You don't have to, what are you doing? She's like, I know, it's just driving me crazy.
If I could write a book about, yeah, what agents do, and people think you just put a sign on the yard. I mean, it just cracks me up.
Yeah,
Oh, agents make so much money, they just put a sign in the yard, really?
yeah,
Well, no, there are agents that do just do that. I'm not one of those, but.
Right. yep.
Wait.
Well, let's give it 5 more till 9:30 and then we'll kind of get rocking and rolling.
Cool.
You know,
Yeah, I think my biggest struggle as an agent. And I was talking about this the other day with somebody. Like. My clean and your clean is not the same. Yeah. And I'm coming across that more and more. Now, when I have somebody who's clean. Yes, you know, but I think as a rule. Like, people don't like. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's very hard to communicate that without offending them.
Yeah. Well, people
You know
get
what I mean?
blinders on. We all get blinders
Yeah,
on for
yeah.
our own space.
Right. But it's hard to communicate like, hey. You know, what's a good way to communicate, like, there's a lot of clutter in this corner, or, you know, we need to get rid of all these boxes.
I have to tell them, I would have to.
yeah,
No, but you've gotta be so, well, stick with me and my accent, I think it gets me in more trouble, because it comes across that I'm being an asshole, and I'm really not, I'm just, you know, but I need help with that language, because I think that this.
Some people would find it charming, I don't think everyone would find it offensive.
I would love it. And coming with your thing, I'd be like, oh, she's like a nanny.
Alright.
It's coming from her heart. Right?
I was one, I was a name.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't.
Right? No, I wouldn't take any offense to it.
But
Well, yeah,
people,
I see what you're
but
saying.
yeah,
I
I'm
had
just
to
saying the
be-
whole communication of like,
I've had to go, this is the approach I took most of the times, like, she just was like, you know, I'll touch up a bit here and there, and I was like, when you go into a house. Where you see like HGTV or whatever, you name them show, you know, loved or list, you name it. And you see people looking at houses, like, what do you think they respond to? Like, what would you like people to like view of this space? Like, would you buy this house if you walked into it like this? Like, that's how we have to view it. You gotta like take yourself out of this,
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
and be like, this is no commentary on like your lifestyle, but like,
right,
we're selling a house.
And if you present it well, I mean, it just makes the person looking at it feel like that house is cared for.
Yeah.
right.
And if that house is cared for, then I think it just adds to it.
But it adds, yeah, you walk in and you know this is a well-loved home, and those are the ones that sell quickly.
Oh,
When
when
you
you
know-
for me, for my house, I was like, I think they had a picture of the Pope on the fireplace. I'm not like, but I was like, yeah, they like have heart in this.
Yeah,
house.
yeah, yeah,
things like that, like I can tell by later.
Well, I mean-
It's weird, but then it was like, oh, they care, they're.
When you're
right
old,
is in the
yeah,
facts.
yeah.
And, but then when I see pictures on, like, when you're, you know.
You go
looking
back,
through-
yeah,
you
yeah.
Look at all the pictures on real estate pictures, and they're showing pictures of the house, and it's like, come on, you couldn't put that old crumpled up towel.
Right.
You can just show like, hey, these are the comps. and what they're looking
That's what
like.
I do.
Yeah.
That's the
yeah.
only thing I do, like I blow up pictures of like houses in the neighborhood that sold quickly, that are like in immaculate condition,
Mhm.
and I go, we need to be competitive with this, you know,
Yeah.
here.
Here's the.
But now I sold an as is in Norwood. And I mean, it was an old home, it was owned by the same people for 40 years. The carpet was green, fine, like that, it was hideous. And I mean, it had track marks in the carpet, there was no way we were gonna get that out, you know, but. And fortunately, the seller, their daughter is German, and she was meticulous, and she scrubbed that house from floor to ceiling. And even though stuff was old and not in good shape, it was clean, like clean, like clean. And I think that makes a big
It
difference.
does.
It just makes a huge difference, so.
I got a house that didn't sell, like I sold it them.
On Glenside, yeah.
On Glenside didn't sell, and we went to go resell because of the smoke. Like it was bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like when we bought it, it smelled like smoke, but they were willing to deal with it. And then they did so much to eradicate it, like they remodeled, they repainted, they put in like a special, like. New HVAC unit with filters, like they,
Is that on the corner of
Yeah.
Glenside and Fenwick? Yeah,
yeah, and then they cleaned and all this that, but that, and it was empty. I remember going and seeing it, like just backtrack a little bit, like, you know, to do the listing appointment. And it didn't really smell to me with all their stuff in it, cause none of their stuff smelled like smoke, or anything like that.
Yeah.
The previous tenant, everything smelled like smoke.
Yeah.
So then when they moved everything out, like, it must have been coming out of the woodwork, like other stuff, it was bad. Like, everybody who lived there was like, cute house, but smells like smoke. And I'm like, they have already done all this, and we had proof of all of it, and they were like, yeah, but no. Like,
did it sell?
no, they took it off the market, and they were renting it out. They lived on the apartment. Which is so weird.
Yeah, and I was not, so why, I'm going, I know it, I walk that way every day.
They lived on
I
the
got
apartment.
my 50
and-
drops this morning.
Yeah. I always like preface like a hard conversation typically with something like, I believe you hired me to tell you.
Yeah.
What you need to hear, not what you want
Want
to
to
hear. And so like,
That's a good way to put
so
it.
like when I would. You know, my previous life, and even still in this life, I would help doctors like build their business. And I'd be like, I've noticed that you come through the back door. There's back door theory.
Sure.
You come through the back of the office. Your staff brings the patients from the lobby to you. When was the last time you were in your lobbies?
Yeah.
Let's go look at your lobbies. Your lobby looks like it's 15 years old.
Right.
It looks like
That
absolutely.
speaks volumes about you as a
You haven't
doctor,
been in
yeah.
your so you
Yeah.
wanna sell, you wanna be this cosmetic, you wanna be this high-end
Right.
doctor. And you have a very low rent lobby,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
gotta put some money into this, so like, it's like.
Yeah.
Similar conversations, like,
Same thing.
you know what I mean, like, I can't talk to you about selling homes, but I think there's still.
There's a
related
lot of
stuff
similarities,
That
I
we
get
can
it.
talk about here, like, listen, this, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, you hired me to get you the most for your home.
Yeah.
The only way we can do that is if we have honest conversation.
That's part of really appointments, right?
Yes.
Because when they get you in for an appointment, they ask you for your expertise. right?
Yes,
And so
And you can show all like the paperwork
Right.
and numbers and fancy stuff,
Yeah.
but like,
I think you've got to be human,
you
you
do.
know,
yeah,
and without being human, they don't relate, you know, and so it's just. I think some people, everybody is so protective over their homes.
Sure.
And, you know, everybody thinks they live in the Taj Mahal, you
Yeah.
know,
That's
I
not
mean,
why I walked through it first with them, I don't
Yeah.
mention price at all,
Yeah.
like, I'm not like, hey, guess what? Like,
Yeah.
that's, like, even if they ask, I'm like, well, let's walk the home, let's
Yeah.
check it out, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I wanna hear what you have to say, and I always try to give them this.
I never walk in with a price. I always say, okay, give me the grand tour, and they give you the grand tour, and then you talk. At the end about what you think the range is. I will never
I
say,
do too.
I'll never say, oh, it's it's $350 on the nose, I would say $350, between $350 and $385. And, you know, when, depending on when you wanna put it on the market, we can revisit the numbers and see what's selling around you and be more strategic about our price, but yeah, that's my. I never walk in and say, oh, it's worth this, you know, it's just. And, you know, we always say. There's only one reason a house doesn't sell. That's price. If the price is wrong. It doesn't matter if it's the nicest house in the nicest neighborhood or the crappiest house in the crappiest neighborhood. If the price isn't right. It'll sit. Because the market tells you.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, gosh.
Alright, we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready. I'm
Alright,
gonna go get my, I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be at the front desk, but I'm gonna sit in here for.
so I
was told I could.
read a little bit of this stuff beforehand. So you have to bear with me, but it looks like everything we're doing is building off what you've already done the previous 2 days,
Yeah.
correct? So the bullet breakthrough 120. To have 10 real estate conversations, 5 days a week. For the next 120 days to set up a net of 9 agreements. I have paid this on this list. In the last session, we explored how to keep in touch with your database, your touches, and smart plans. So I'm assuming you guys went over this. This is okay.
Which was really good because, you know, we've been through it before, I mean, still picked up on some new things, so. it's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I think. The thing about. Education when you're in a profession is. Learning new things and then. Reiterating some of the things that you probably already know that you're. Either not doing or we can do better. So this slide right here, section 3, An appointment is an opportunity to win the business of a potential buyer or seller. Follow a step-by-step guide to confidentially lead a seller through a listing appointment. Build trust and guide sellers to a decision. Maximize your productivity by focusing on your most important activity during the first half of the day. So here are the talking points. So then. Progress report. Session 3, we're going to focus on the most important meeting you will have with a potential buyer or seller of the appointment. An appointment is a scheduled meeting between a real estate agent and a potential client, either a buyer or seller who has shown serious intent to buy or sell real estate. By the end of the session, you will be able to follow the step-by-step guide and confidentially sell through a full list. Through a full listing appointment. Build trust and guide sellers to a decision. Maximize your productivity by focusing on your most important activities during the first half of the day. So, this is a progress report. I don't know how that correlates with this. But like,
Let's skip that because.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just asking us to be honest about how much work we've done in the last 2 days.
okay, I think this is kind of where we get started. All right, did you guys talk about your fears yesterday?
Yeah, every day.
Every day,
Yeah.
we write them down?
Cheers all the time as realtors.
Yeah.
Don't you
I'm
understand?
writing everything down, some things. down.
Yeah. Most fears we have about our business are irrational. New fears will come, which is progress. Every day we'll start breakthrough of focusing on our mindset because that's what the most successful people do. Previous session, we talked about our fears. As a reminder, rational fear is based on real circumstances, while irrational fear is based on irrational. I heard something like one time. Try to listen to a lot of like motivational stuff, because like, why not, right? But it's like. Whatever you worry about is actually gonna be worse than what it actually is,
Yeah, I agree with that.
right?
Doesn't mean I still won't do it.
I do it all the time.
I
remember.
But that's where I get to. I'm like,
Yeah,
why are you freaking out?
yeah, right,
It's gonna be okay.
As
Yeah.
a new agent, that used to be one of my things. I mean, how can I compete with anybody that's out there? Like, not one time in the 5 years that I've been an agent, has anybody ever asked me, and how long have you been doing this? What's your experience? How many houses have you sold?
Wow.
Nobody's asked me that. So it's a fear as new agents, I feel like we have.
it's funny you say that, so I would say. I've been doing it 10 years,
Yeah.
maybe my second or third client asked. And it totally like, cause everybody told me the
Yeah.
same thing, and then nobody asked after that, so, but I do. And now it's easy, I have a whole Rolodex, so like, who do you
Yeah.
wanna call, like?
Yeah.
What situation do you wanna know about,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, in the beginning, so. Alright. Coach the participants through these fears and how to migrate them. Oh, that's, I should be not reading that aloud. Have them move them actually.
I already love this day. This is gonna be so great.
We like you, Patrick.
Alright, as we saw in previous sessions, most of our fears are irrational side. But we realize that we almost never have data to support these fears and see that they are irrational, we can get past them. Alright, mindset.
I like the saying, do one thing every day that scares you by Eleanor Roosevelt.
Okay, so
That
you
is
do
great.
have this. This is in your book.
We have odd pages and you have the even page, so we just only have odd pages, odd page numbers.
But I'm only showing even pages.
Yes, that's.
No, this is odd, this is 15.
Yeah, so I have 15 and ours might look different, our odd
They
pages might
definitely
look
do
different.
look
than your
different.
pages.
They do.
Cause this is 13. This says this is 13.
That is different than our 13, but we have. odd
13 is mindset moment with the blocks, rational and irrational.
Yeah,
But that's like, I guess your talking point page.
Yeah, so we follow with that page up there that you have.
consider your fears, look at your fears for the previous session. Which of these no longer affects you the same way? So you did this in a previous section?
So every session we talk about irrational and rational fears.
Have new fears come up? Classify your new fears about being a real estate agent or rational or irrational.
I'm glad I didn't go home and try to think of new fears for today.
That's almost like, me. I don't know how this is right. It's like, hey, we talked about all these fears, now go home and come up with new ones.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I thought I just got over the old ones.
Sad, I thought we were supposed to.
Exactly.
All good.
Alright. Alright. Some fears that come up around reaching out to your database over time might include fear of not having a track record. That's what you
Yeah.
talked about, right?
That's
Well,
a big one.
borrow credit, this is huge, like, this is huge, right? So borrow credibility from your broker or team. Sellers aren't just hiring you, they're hiring the experience, system, and sales history behind you. I firmly believe in that. So what I tell actually, and this isn't even talking points, like, this is not how I would do a presentation. Like, I'm gonna input my own stuff,
Yeah.
right? That's my.
Nothing though.
So, I tell my kids this all the time. And everything I have, I stole from someone else, so don't think that like I'm this creative genius, okay? You don't have time in life to make all the mistakes. You have to learn from other people's mistakes. That's vice versa here, right? Just because you don't have the experience doesn't mean that you didn't sit in class with Celeste and she tells you about how we're pulling out carpet.
Right.
Right? You guys just talked about that and be like, yes. Weave. They're not, wait, weave or I? No,
Yeah.
they're not gonna quiz you on that. They're just like, yeah, we had this one. Oh, who is we? Well, I work with people.
Well,
Like, we've had this experience.
And things like, you know, having the strength of a brokerage like Keller Williams, like I always say. You know, I have the backing of 200 agents in our office. They
Yeah.
all have buyers and sellers. And if we run into a situation, we have that support system where we can learn from each other. So even if you do get that question, I always, you know, I've never had to though, funny enough, I've just never had to do that. But
Yeah, I mean, I think like what I tell people a lot of times too is like, at my point, I've probably 10 years in, I've probably experienced 90% of everything. There's
Yeah.
always gonna be stuff that and who knows, right, what that is. So I tell people that kind of on the start, like 90% of what we're gonna do, I've already done. You may be in that 10% where either the buyer or seller is gonna come up with something. And I'm gonna be like, I don't know, I haven't experienced this before, but we'll get the answers.
And I'm never afraid to be like that. Like,
Yeah.
I learned from the beginning, like, I was so proficient in my last job and like running the restaurant, like I knew. I
Yeah,
was the go-to.
Yeah.
This is relates in so many ways and like all that stuff, that's the hospitality part of it and all the service of it. But no, I don't know everything, and I would much rather come to somebody who's been in the business a little bit longer or in a higher position and be like. Have you dealt with this? And sometimes they haven't even dealt with it.
Yeah.
And they're like, heck, yeah, well, let's go this way. Like,
Yeah.
And then it's like we all learn something and that's really cool.
yeah, there was a guy at Colliers who like basically built, half of northern Kentucky. At one point, he owned all the land on Thomas More Parkway and he was from Campbell County and he started being a real estate agent at 20 years old. He was 70 years old in the office. And like, you should have seen his office. It was like a movie when you walk into like Harry Potter or something like that. You walk into that, there's just stacks of things and like, he's got it all. And he would, sometimes I'd go to him and be like, all right, Fred. And he'd be like, I don't know, sounds great, you
is
know,
that Fred, what's his last name?
Mackey.
Oh,
Fred.
there's a Fred in Ohio that's the same way.
Yeah,
He owns tons of property.
yeah. So,
Yeah, funny.
to the point where he told me he owned a warehouse. He's done very well. He told me he owned a warehouse that has several cars in it that his wife is not employed.
Oh, what? I'm sure there's a lot more that his wife is not familiar with than
He was-
just that.
I will say.
I believe that.
He was a
for sure.
he was a great guy. He talked about his family all the time. I just think it's one of those things where like, it was weird. It was a weird setup. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's number one, borrowing from a friend. Framework, a lighter schedule as an advantage. Unlike busy veteran agents, you offer more availability, faster communication, or open houses, and focus attention on sellers' goals. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I totally take that approach. My biggest year, I did 15. And that was great, that was amazing, and I obviously wanted to do better than that,
Yeah.
like, lowest year has been, you know. My first year where I only did like 3. I've done 6s and 7s, I did 10, but that's still way above the national average.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, I'm about to break through and get to that place
Yeah.
where I'm getting all those things. But I also feel like I love that concierge level of service so much, and I love really being invested, and I take on a lot of buyers, because I really love first time home buyers, like that's like my biggest thing. And I know they say this last, we'll get into that conversation another time. But I just love it, I love teaching people who don't know anything about
Right.
the process, that like that's where like I feel my best.
yeah.
So.
I
I
mean,
think for
yeah.
me. I would. Change this approach. If somebody came to me and said, well, I'm newer and then I'm not as busy as a veteran agent. That's not how I would sell it. I would sell it the way that you would sell it.
Yeah.
I run a more boutique business. I run a very hands-on business. The busier agents, they're gonna have newer agents under them that are listing agents, buying agents, and you're gonna hire them. But like, you're gonna deal with kind of their support staff. I run a boutique business, you're gonna deal with me. Every step of the way, it's gonna be me. And so I don't focus on selling 70 homes, I focus on selling
20,
whatever
25,
number you want.
yeah.
Yeah,
2025, so I can touch my client every step of the way. You hire one of the bigger ones, you're gonna call them, they're gonna send out, you know. Once again, let me bring it back to my world, right? You schedule an appointment with a dermatologist. You're gonna see the nurse practitioner.
Right.
Guess what? Nothing against the nurse practitioner, cause you know, he or
They're
she is
great,
probably
yeah.
great. But you're not seeing the doctor unless you have surgery. With me. I'm diagnosing, I'm doing the surgery, and I'm doing the post-op.
Okay.
You know, that's how I would sell it. I just think that's kind of the here, right, here, unlike busy veteran agents, that doesn't. Exude confidence in it. In your person, okay. Fear of not knowing how to answer every question about the sales process. Clients don't wanna know it all, they want accuracy. It's a professional pause and a very, rather than a guess. Take time to confirm answers below, builds trust and creates a natural, that's what we talked about, right? So. The first thing I always tell new agents is. When I was mentoring them is. Hey. The number one rule in real estate. Is when. You can either bluff your way through it, or you can just be honest and be like, once again, I never experienced it. Now. If you're constantly saying, I haven't experienced it, then they can figure out that you are a newer agent and you probably don't have as much experience. So you have to figure out when to say. I've never experienced this before. Or, my favorite phrase in real estate is, everything's negotiable. Bless you, you come across somebody, they ask you questions, they're like, well, is this standard?
one for starters, two for good, three for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
You know?
that saying, there's a whole rhyme with it.
Like, is this standard? We're like, well, this is real estate, nothing's really standard.
Yeah,
Um,
every
Everything-
scenario is different. Every scenario.
whatever your phrase is,
Yeah.
mine is everything's negotiable. Everything,
I see that.
you know,
I go, we can always, like, is a tractor included? Can we get this? I'm like, we can ask.
absolutely,
What, I go, what's the worst they're gonna say? They're gonna say no,
right,
they're gonna give us a price. Or
right,
like, you put in your offer, like, if they're like, oh, really wanna lowball, even though we've had the conversation where they're like, this is a bad idea. I'm like, hey, I'm here to do what you asked me
Yeah.
to do. I'm giving you my opinion, this is your choice. This is what's gonna happen. They're either gonna counter us, they're either gonna tell us to kick rocks.
yeah,
You know, and be like, don't even bother,
yeah.
and that's it, like. or they're
You're
not
right,
gonna
that's
do
a
anything,
good
or they're not gonna
word.
answer us at all. They're just gonna
Everything
be
is
like, nothing.
negotiable, that's a good. Yeah.
So that actually brings me to my other point is that. Everyone, so commercial is different because there are things that'll sit on the market forever, right? And then. Because people have only experience with buying homes, they think because it's out on the market forever, they're desperate. Well, that's not always the case. They're. More than likely billionaires and then just they're gonna sell for what they want to sell for, right? And so I tell them like, listen, if you give them an unreasonable, I'm here to advise you, but it's your money, it's your decision. If we give them an unreasonable request, there is a strong chance that they will just flat out not respond. And then if you really wanted this property, then they have the upper hand.
Yeah.
Right? Then, because a negotiation is all about posture. So now have the upper hand because we're the interested party, they wanna sell. Vice versa, you give them a terrible offer, now they have the upper posture, and they flat out said no, and then, right, so it's like. Property's on the market for 900,000. You wanted to offer them 700 because it's been on the market for 6 months, they're not gonna accept 7. And in fact.
And you're
they're probably-
insulting them, you're almost.
They're
it's an
gonna
insult.
insult them.
Yeah,
So if you really like, if you're just like, hey, we'll take a flyer on this property because it's cheap and it could work for me. In, you know, my world, like, no, if you like this property, we need to put our best foot forward.
well,
Because that's what will get the job done.
and I know, I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like. When you're offering low on a property, you need to have support behind you.
Yeah.
Why you're offering low, and you
Yeah.
can say, the comps tell me this house is worth X. And the comps tell me that this house has been on the market 94 days, like, let's revisit what the, and. Again, it's a conversation, right? And you've got to be
Yeah.
able to. Just converse with the other side in a non-threatening way, that you're like, this is where we're at, so
Yeah.
you're right, I mean.
Yeah, so the comps are interesting, right? Because then let's say, you always have, well, if it doesn't appraise. Then my client has to bring more money to the table, right? They may not be able to do that. And I think, I don't know if you do this, but for me, it's like, well. The term in commercials is, it's not turnkey, right? So we have to put money in this case. Do you ever say, okay, your house is on the market for 300,000? The comps. Don't come in at 300,000 because it's outdated. So we are basically giving you your asking price after we renovate to bring it to where the comps are. I don't know if that's a conversation that you guys would have,
Yeah,
but that is something that I think could be had. I think, part of the whole, to Celeste's point is just. Selling your side of the story, and sometimes, and this is probably really going off on a tangent, sometimes I'll ask the agent on the other side to, help me educate my client.
Yeah.
If they're being unreasonable.
I can see that.
I don't know if you've ever done this.
Yeah, I've done something similar, but like, I like that approach.
But like. Cause. You're here, they're here, you're on two different teams, but you're on the same team,
Right.
because. Your client has hired you to either buy or sell a property, and their client has hired them to buy or sell the property. So the end goal is to help this transaction get done, if both of them want this transaction to get done. So I called an agent, I'll say Shannon. Cause. The reason is I wanna have a good relationship with you so we can get to the finish line. Ultimately, and I'll ask my client, and during the process several times, hey. Do you want this property? Do you want me to help you get this property? Yes, I do. Okay, great. And then they still won't listen, right? So what I'll say is I'll call you and say, Shannon, I know the property is on the market for 500,000. And. I'm gonna submit an offer. That is aggressive. And I know that your client is not going to agree to this price. But I have to do what my client wants me to do. So. And that just sets up the table to where like. I'm a good agent, I have respect for you, you're a good agent, let's help me educate my client on where we can go.
I always call the other agent and ask what their client wants and
Yeah.
needs, like, or like if there's all those questions and stuff before I write the offer. So that I can try to get the best one in, but I like that, like, educate my client,
Help me educate my client, like, I have a great relationship with them, but I'm not getting through, it's almost saying like. I'm not the unreasonable one, it's my client, and every agent who. Is a reasonable person and is a good person, we've all had those clients.
Yes.
So like, if somebody calls me and says that, I already know it, I already understand. And then I go back to my client and say, look. House on the market for 500, they're offering us 4. We have them. We're just not gonna respond. And then if they really want the house, then they're gonna have to come back. And it's almost like, there's another like proverb or whatever, and they're like. It was Einstein that said, stupid people take revenge. Smart people forgive. I'm sorry, stupid people take revenge. Strong people forgive, smart people ignore. If you ignore that person, we're not gonna respond. Then they're like.
Like nothing, not a
Nothing.
rebuttal.
You don't
Like,
give me any feedback whatsoever, like, we're just not gonna respond. Thank you for your offer, but we're gonna decline. Like, then if they come back to you, once again, that's what I'm talking about, then you have the upper hand, then you have the posture. I'm doing none of this. Like, there's so much, like, everything there is to read here, it's talking about your fears, So far, we've learned 2 strategies to confront our fears. What were the 2 strategies we learned to confront your fears? Was that yesterday? I feel like we haven't even gotten into what the appointment is yet. It just keeps talking about your fears, which you talked about yesterday, right?
You know, just get yourself excited for the phone call, like give
Okay.
yourself a pep talk, those kind of
Okay,
things.
fear, reject. Reject happening when you feel abrupt, refrain, just signature as an open, not a close. Oh, so that's like getting over that stuff. Here's one that I like. A third strategy is to reframe our fears by thinking of them as from a different perspective. For example, you might have a fear of bothering the people in your database if you contact them. You could reframe this fear by really realizing that you're offering something that could genuinely help them. Take one of the fears you wrote down in your participation guide and reframe it to a positive way that empowers you. So I was talking to a young agent or potential agent yesterday, and I always tell people there's a difference between persistent and pest. So I have a cousin who's a financial advisor. He literally sends like an email out like twice a week. And like I've spammed him. Like, you have to stop. But like if it's 36 touches a year. I mean, if that's what the research says. But I mean, I think if you're creative and you're in your top of mind, however many times that is, I don't think people get bothered by that. It's the over touching your people, the happy birthday, the whatever, happy 4th of July.
All the holidays, all the special occasions, all like,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can do. I think the hard part for me is I'm not the most creative person. So we got a flyer in the mail from a real estate agent and I was like, this is actually a really good idea. It was the week of the Kentucky Derby and it was nothing about real estate. It was just a postcard with a mint julep recipe. That was it. I was like, this is cool, right?
Yeah.
and like just their tag and their name.
That's
They
it.
have their photo on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
I was like, oh man, that's cool. So like, he was, he's really young, so, but he was like at UC, so I'm like, I don't know. Maybe like one of your touches is for the crosstown shootout, right? You send out a chili recipe, like happy crosstown shootout, here's a great chili recipe. Boom, that's a touch, like that kind of stuff to me, it's like,
And if you pair up with like a lender or
yeah,
somebody from title, they'll help you pay for the cards.
will they really?
Mhm,
That's awesome. Did you get to teach that class next time?
Oh, geez.
So,
How to get free stuff. How to get free lunches and free things.
Oh, I'm there.
Um,
How many awful, awkward lunches I've been through. with-
I do wonder though, like. How many of your people? Even if they're not interested, like how many touches would you say? Would be good for market analysis? How many times a year would you send out almost like a market
I
analysis?
know what they say, and I feel like it's too heavy for me and for my personality.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna do a holiday one, I'm doing a general on my page holiday one. It's a blanket statement to the world.
Yeah,
I'm not sending an individual email coming up or anything like that. If I'm doing like the newsletters and emails for that, I want it to be about something that is happening around Cincinnati.
yeah,
Like a fun event, something like that, something in a neighborhood that I'm highlighting. Just like stuff around here, cause I feel like, even though I've lived here a long time, like. You don't pay attention to what's going on in other neighborhoods and where you live, like you miss out on a ton of stuff, like Cincinnati's got a lot of cool things, so. I think that's a great touch point.
so we bought our house, 18 maybe, and then we refinanced during COVID, so we're at like 285, so we'll never move.
Yeah.
We'll never move, right? And we're one of those people like, sorry, ladies, like. But. And my wife is more into she wants to know when all the houses are, and she wants to know who. I do care about how much houses sell for in my neighborhood, even though I'm not moving. I still care.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you wanna know the value of your
I
home.
wanna know that my house is not decreasing in value.
And you
That's
also don't
all-
wanna be the most expensive.
That's all I wanna know, and maybe because I'm a business person, I look at my house as a business investment. So I literally only care about that. And so I don't, it's like, I think that's the other thing about how you touch people is. I thought that was really cool for the mint julep recipe, but I didn't, it's just cause I'm in the industry and I threw it in the trash, right?
That's right.
But like. Does every touch have to touch? Or affect every single one of the database? You know what I'm saying? So like over Christmas time, you don't have to do Christmas, but you can say a holiday cookie recipe, right? I don't care about that. Once again, I'm in the industry, I think it's cool, but maybe my wife probably doesn't even care about that. Guess who would care? My mom would care. My mom would love that shit. She's retired. What else does she have to do? Right? But like my wife and I, seeing that we think of our house as an investment. We care about the previous, like what is sold recently in the neighborhood, stuff like that. My parents, they don't care about those stuff, you know? So I don't know,
There's all sorts of marketing you can do towards that, but like, if you. Had a house sell recently or another agent that. Will let you share their listing that sold in the neighborhood, you could send out to the neighborhood, like, look what just sold at this price.
Yeah.
Do you want a home valuation?
right,
So there's always ways to like bring them in, you just have to commit to like that, and like, that's what's hard about farming, is like. Yeah, there's great ideas of great put out there, but it does take so much longer. I actually really like farming, it's just the results take over a year to like
Yeah.
really process. I kind of.
Well,
like
in
to-
farming, like when we went to family reunion with farming. There's a woman by the name of Susan Lombardo, and she's built her business on farm. And she has a strategy where she's like. You can't go longer than 6 weeks, where you're gonna be sending to that same neighborhood. Your same postcard every 6 weeks, it's expensive, like I just did I just did 500. Door hangers, which I feel like I ordered too many, like I should hit 500 is a little too much. Because that's like 50 door hangers I have to go do the next 10 days, and I'm physically like going to hang them on the doors. But I can't just stop there, like in 6 weeks, I have to go invest another $300 or $400. For the next marketing.
Right.
And the next, and you don't, like, I don't necessarily have that business coming in yet, you know? So
Which
it's,
you want, I know, that's where we always get stuck.
yeah, you get stuff.
But just pair up with, like you said, just pair up with a lender or somebody from title to help you with postcards the next round, like such, will either help you 100% or it'll be really, really cheap.
Yeah.
But you just have to like.
I have
bring something in.
yeah.
so this is. Not about this class, this is about my job here. So, I'll just tell you guys, so like Tara came in last Thursday, she did the, our career night.
Yeah.
But she was here, I don't know, you
Yeah.
were here, right? And so she taught that class and then we sat down for an
I
hour.
was
So
lucky
she,
I had somebody come in for us.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yay.
so she, in between, she was like, okay, like you've been here 30 days, you now have to start leaving. So.
Yeah.
Like, it's no longer Lindsay's job, it's your job.
Yeah.
Great. Oh. So part of leading the job is to plan out the team meetings on Tuesday and to. So what I wanna do is I don't want to do. I wanna bring new, fresh ideas, so. This has nothing to do with this. I would love to hear from the agents, like, who do we want to sponsor? Who do you want to hear from? What do you want to see in the team meetings? Like, there's gonna be time that the regional corporate, whoever you wanna call it, the big guy in the sky is telling us what we're doing. But when we're not, when it's Patrick's decision to bring in, I want it to really be the agent's decision, like, who do you want to bring in? And so, like, I have a business banker at Huntington, he is beating down my door to get in front of you guys with a mortgage person at Huntington who
Right.
wants you, and then he also wants you because I'm like, hey, these residential agents, they come across commercial deals all the time, right? They're not gonna be as receptive, and not that you have to know, but I'm like, they're like, man, we'll come in, we'll buy lunch, we'll buy whatever, like, so now. My question here is, we have 2 mortgage brokers in here, is that conflict of interest for me to bring? them in?
Well,
Or
No,
Huntington
because,
in
well,
here?
because technically they're affiliates, right? But
Right.
I feel, here's my take on this, and this is the one strength that I kind of liked with with Pivot. We had a company called Pillar to Post that was
Oh,
our
okay.
affiliate group, and they're great inspectors. I like the Shrey team specifically, but I know Shabri uses their.
The couple ones.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of conflict between the two, I think, but what they used to do.
Like on
You know-
Italian mafia.
I know, that's what's going on there, okay. But what we used to do when we had an affiliate come in, and, I know they don't have a lot of time. But, and it doesn't have to be deep, but I think that if the time could be utilized for like 10 minutes of. This is what a bad. Structural foundation looks like.
Yeah,
Like it could be that, or if it's like Huntington Bank, let's say, this is why, this is the 101 of lending, and don't make it so complicated,
Yeah.
dummy it down.
yes,
That, because that's what we're explaining to first time home buyers or you, and so just a lesson. I think is better than going, well, these are the services we offer, blah, 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 where it's more. I think if we were getting more education on it.
Yeah.
and then say,
Post and printed Mike Trey.
Yeah.
Will come and do ski classes.
Yes,
And they're
Yeah.
great. They are
Okay.
fantastic.
they are, he is really good.
Yeah. And
Mike
his
Trey, Pillar to Post, write him down.
His wife Allison.
And I feel like that with all our affiliates, like, I mean, I personally love Jennifer Shield. I am a
Who's
huge
that?
fan. She's with Synergy One. She's one of our affiliates, Jennifer Shield. She's a lender.
okay,
Now. Do some people not like her? Yeah, some people don't like her. Some people don't like me. But, again, it's
Okay.
like things like responsiveness. How quickly are you reaching out to my client? How quickly are you getting them, loan approval or not approval? How, like, what is, and those are things that make me go back to her, right? Now, she does come in and she goes, I offer this, this, and this. I personally love Jennifer. I would sing her praises all day.
Well, and I have a lender from
You know,
where I've been
yeah.
before, like Holly.
Yes.
With Everest now, I
Yeah.
guess, like, and she's been in the business over 30 years and she will hold crazy clients.
yeah.
And I just love, that's why, because I know it's gonna climb, I know we're gonna get there.
I mean,
So-
And I have
Kevin
think
Cohen.
it's, like, I'm from Oregon, so I've
Kevin
never
Hunt's
used
from
them, I've never
Oregon.
used Huntington, it doesn't mean that I wouldn't, and
Right.
obviously, like, I always tell my list, my sellers and my buyers, like. This is who I recommend, because the
Right.
X, Y, and Z, you're allowed to pick your own, you're allowed to shop within a window and do whatever and find out what's best for you, some places may be able to offer you more than others, and all that. I work well with whoever you choose.
Yeah.
That is like, don't worry about that.
But
Right.
it's nice to have backup, like,
Yeah.
maybe they're suspicious of.
They're always getting kickbacks, that's why.
People.
Well, they think we're getting kickbacks, they think we're getting like
Yeah.
incentives for
And,
it.
and it's not that,
good to have
and,
that.
and that's something we've gotta make clear to them, because I feel like with Jennifer Shield, I've had guys that have not been, they've not been ready, right?
Yeah.
And she calls them and has a conversation with them. Like, you gotta work on your credit score. I'm gonna put you in touch with Mike Garcia. He charges $300. This is how you get your credit score up. So these are the things that I want to see in a lender, and, again, nothing against master home inspections. I love Brian. I used him a
See, I have
long
a different
time.
inspector, cause I
Yeah,
like. So,
I like-
not that I would.
So-
Well, I like Gerard now. I don't use master home inspections. but-
So we could go off on a tangent, I
Yeah.
just brought up another lender, but hey, so let me just give you an example, right, like. A kid that used to swim, he's graduated from college now, he's now the sales guy for, the sprinkler system company.
Mhm.
If they're willing to come in,
Yeah.
right, like, would you guys be interested?
Yeah,
Because then-
absolutely.
Because like,
I
I
get asked those questions all the time, like,
Because I know,
Yeah.
like, I'm already on like a list of vendors that around my area that I wanna go talk to.
yeah,
And kind of people that I kind of know, but that I wanna talk to and make sure it's okay, like,
Yeah.
if I refer you.
Yeah.
everybody use Chuck's Electric, they're amazing.
And basic,
Chuck's
yeah.
Electric.
Chuck's Electric, is
Yeah.
something, I have a guy, Brandon Leon, that I love, like, and those are things we need, but I don't want to refer somebody that is not gonna do the job. right?
So,
So
yes,
that's important
I
to
just
us
need,
too.
I wanna find somebody, to your point, I wanna find somebody to come in, and do 10 minutes. Educational and then class lunch, and then if you don't use them, I'm serious, I'm sorry, but if you don't use them, that's okay, right? But I think it's like. We have so many lenders, so many title companies, so many this, so many that, like, what else do we need here? So. My pitch when I sit down with people, like, I need a lot of people, commercial, like, I have a team, if I have everything you need, you don't have to go out and do anything, I have it all. So like, do you guys, I'm sure you do, but like, if somebody asked you like, oh man, you know what, the sprinkler head's broke, before we list it, I'd like to get the sprinkler system,
Yeah,
like.
I mean, I've been trying to cultivate a master vendor list and like some people have dropped off and come on, like, I'll get one and it'll be okay and like.
Yeah,
we'll have
I
it
want
and
everything, I want the
I want-
master vendor here.
Yeah.
And we're just,
So
what,
like,
I
it'd
would
be
love,
really cool if we
like-
had like. A bunch come in and like.
I would
yeah,
love
start-
26 vendors that we rotate twice a year.
And they need
Seriously,
to be,
like, here we go.
they need to be along all spectrums. We don't
That's
have
my
anybody that's a
Yeah.
plumber, we don't have an
Oh.
electrician. We
We
don't
don't?
have, you know,
Not,
We
but
don't.
no, like you can ask them, I'd be like,
Yeah.
hey, who did you use on your last deal? Like, and I just said
Yeah.
Chuck's Electric, they're from the west side, they've been doing it for like 80 years. They don't rip people off, like they're super great at what they do. I don't know that they do a great presentation or anything like that,
I don't
But, like,
care.
you know, but like, they're like.
Okay, I don't care,
It-
I wouldn't do a great presentation.
Like
I
Apollo,
don't care.
Apollo Homes said $5,000 for new electric panels, wiring, blah, blah, blah. Chuck came in and he was like. $75 for the panel,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, $100 on the switches,
Right.
he was like,
Yeah.
$12.50.
If I got 3 in my truck I didn't use from the last job, I'll just put them in, like,
Right.
dude.
He's like $12.50 max, and I was
I
like.
have a guy that's in Norwood, his name is Brent Leon. And I kissed a lot of electrical toads. I had a house in Turpin Hills. And I mean, I made 7 different electricians till I found him. He came in, he was honest, he assessed every situation in that house. His pricing was amazing, didn't charge my client 1 dime and spent 3 hours in that house. And he's got that reputation.
Who is he?
Every other, his name's
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Brent
Chuck will
Leon.
come out and do
Yeah.
free estimates,
Yeah.
whatever, and then they'll take it off, they're like, whenever you close.
So,
pay it
so the
here.
thing is like, so I had these 2, contractors, I gotta get this through. But I had these-
It's just the two.
I know, so I have these
Because
2,
we-
I have these 2 I have more than that, but I have these 2 contractors, and the one guy, I'm like, hey, listen. I'll tell the clients, like, listen. This guy. You're gonna think he's the biggest dope in the world, I'm serious.
Yeah.
He walks slow, just everything, like he shuffles his feet, I'm like, but. He's a constructional engineer, he quit his job to become a contractor. So he can do his own engineering plans, he's this, he's that, and he's honest, you're probably gonna find him even possibly off-putting. But he's honest, right? Like, so you may like him. This other guy I got, he's like 55 years old and he's a silver fox. He is. He's unbelievably attractive. He keeps his body in shape. I'm serious. He wears tight shirts and jeans. I'm like, hey. You might like this guy.
Yeah.
Guess what? He does a great job too. He's an honest guy. He's a little bit more expensive because he's got a different lifestyle, but he does a great work. All my clients like, a lot of my clients like him. Like, so my point is about the presentation. I don't care. Like, dude, just. You pick who you want, and if we want, like I said, I feel like it's like, I've been here for 4 of them. 2 of them have been the mortgage guys. I'm like, we gotta get.
Yeah, and I just think, it's not like an airmated over, I'm like tired of buying lunch for.
That's the other thing, if we have like, if I'm like, hey, man, we just want you to come in, if you do a great job, our people like you, then they'll start talking, and the next time you're the sponsor, we'll get more people in the room. But I'm not gonna hit you up every month, every 2
Yeah.
months, like twice a year, maybe max.
We tried to do that at Howard Hanna, where it was before here. Cause we had just kind of smaller group in New Richmond and then Milford. And like, if we could get 3 or 4 of us, we would do like a happy hour
Yeah,
at Miami Brewing or. Over at, any of those places, like especially the Milford office, you just put it out to like vendors that we know,
Yeah.
other agents. try to bring in a couple clients in there so that, and we just be real short, 2 hours. And one of those, you know, or as many of those vendors, if we had split it up, we could get one to pay for it all, great. If not, then we would be like, hey, you know, here's our
Yeah,
inspection person, here's our mortgage person, here's our insurance person. Here's like this for this party, they sponsored it all for the 2 hours, they bought appetizers or whatever, we make people buy their own drinks, like,
so that's a really good idea. We could almost do,
it's like.
I really gotta.
Like a happy, no, stop it.
We could almost do,
Me too.
I'm serious, we could almost do. And I'm very familiar with this.
Yeah.
We could do trade fair day. And I
Yeah,
could take every single one of these tables.
Yeah.
And I could put them around the room in some of the center.
Yeah.
and almost like you're going to like a trade show.
Yeah.
And I could have an electrician, a plumber, a painter, a carpenter, a
Yeah.
mortgage lender, a water sprinkler guy. A stage person, and I could
Oh.
charge, I could figure out how many agents are gonna come. And then be like, in order to be on our trade
Sign up
show
for-
day,
yeah, or sign up.
it's $100.
Yep.
And then we could have the food spread, and then we could get 50 agents to come in here and walk to almost like I call it a table or booth. Every booth, hi, how are you? I'm Shannon. Oh, great. Oh my God, you're a beekeeper? Like, no, I'm serious, you're an exterminator? What, like, I could call,
Yeah.
we could call, and we could have like a huge thing.
Yeah.
Of like whatever, rather than even like a team meeting, we could do like an 11 to 1 on a Tuesday and be like, dude. We have 20 vendors that are here, and we'd love to get as many agents as we come, because they paid to be here, and the food spread is gonna be great, like. What about if I did that?
Yes,
Sounds
100%,
good to me.
I come.
And then of that, and then like, then I would walk around and be like,
We'll
hey,
be social with each other.
Yeah.
yeah,
And we get to see a lot of
Yes.
vendors and we get to keep, hey, did you talk to the lawn guy?
Yes.
That sounds really cool.
Right, the lawn- right, the
That
lawn guy.
painter, they got, I need a
Right.
painter, how about you?
right, I mean, just think of everything that your client needs.
Yeah.
On, concrete, like
They
everything that
want
they
them to make
need,
a bag so then we can put all the stuff in it.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lenders would bring it back, like,
Right.
do they typically bring back,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
And like, yeah, and then like. And just think how many of them would be pretty good, like, I just think of all the trade shows, I mean, you could go home with the tchotchkes, go with, you know what I mean? You go home with the frisbee and a Rubik's cube, right? So bag clip holders, right? Get all kinds of
Stress
stuff,
ball.
yes,
Yeah.
you're gonna get a lot of stress ball.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna do this, Celeste, I'm gonna do this.
What are you gonna do?
Trade fair.
I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Vendor fair day,
Yeah,
and we're gonna get 20 vendors in here, we're gonna get all 50 agents to come in, the vendors are gonna pay to be here. We're gonna have a serious spread, over 2 hours, people, our agents are gonna walk the
I
floor,
love it.
introduce
I love
themselves
it.
to every vendor. And then from there, I will go around and say, hey, what'd you think? Now I can offer you a 10-minute in front of
And-
everybody, when would you like to be scheduled?
and our communication to our vendors, which I feel
Yes.
like you need to reiterate, is that. Why would I use, what is the reason I would use you compared to you?
Yeah.
Like, what is gonna make me as an agent, like, what are you offering that puts you a step above the others? Are you gonna come and do free consults? Are you gonna, like,
Yeah.
what is it?
Yeah.
What is your one thing that
Yeah.
makes me wanna use you as a vendor?
I also think. This
Yeah.
is just me, is that every single one of these persons at one point or another throughout the year. Will be doing a job at someone's house because they want to sell their home.
Right.
And if you're in here, you wanna come off as the person, hey, I know that Mr. Concrete Guy. You're gonna fix someone's concrete because it's a safety hazard, you're about to put your home in the market. I want you to give that person my name, my
Right.
contact. You know,
And
just like
then,
what I
I
did,
mean, also, like, I think the vendors also have to understand the importance of their role. Because if there's like no response, or the job isn't done to the highest standard, or your pricing is not competitive. We're just gonna go find the next guy,
well,
you know,
yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to tell them that, what I
No.
think is like. I'm not gonna bring anybody in the room who's gonna compete, so I'm not gonna have 2 electricians. Right, I'm gonna
Right.
offer them an exclusive on our career day, or
Okay.
whatever we're gonna call it, trade show day. And then, once again, if you like them, and you wanna use them, great, if you
I like
don't,
trade show day, by the way.
you like trade show, day, like, great, that's okay. And you know who else, Celeste, is the people we talked to yesterday?
Yeah.
They need to come in, so
Yeah.
Celeste and I, is establishing a relationship with people that retire
Yeah.
or go to retirement communities.
Yeah.
They have leads and we have leads, vice versa. So like, we established this one company, so if you,
Now,
yeah,
give them to the other.
I'm not.
agent.
I'm telling Shannon.
Right,
I'm sorry, I don't.
Tara. Also
I
Tara.
know it's Tara.
Yeah,
I know it's fine. You should go find somebody like that. Write that down. Because what happens is like, their people are going to retirement homes.
Kendall, we're having so much fun not
They
doing
have-
class.
They have to sell their home.
Good, no, we're not, we're
Sell
just
their
like, we're having a great time.
Right.
very
So
good.
sometimes you're gonna meet with somebody and they're gonna say, hey, I'm retiring, I need to sell my home. And then it's gonna be vice versa. I have to do vice versa, so yeah, we got her one, everybody needs to have one, and so they're brokers. Essentially is what they are, they're brokers for retirement communities, just like we're brokers. Okay, all right, Kendall, welcome to the party,
We got a lot going on today.
Sorry I was late, I had,
tell us about the carpet.
oh my God. Well, my lovely, so he didn't want the curb pulled up. They want the curb pulled up because there's a clean out drain that
Yeah, that's right.
they covered
Oh.
with the carpet. I don't
Because they made a bedroom in the basement.
Clean up.
It's like a
Yeah.
media room. Is this being recorded somewhere?
Yes.
It's a media room. I don't believe he covered it, because they bought the house with the
So
basement.
the previous owner.
Previous owner. So my buyer wants to pull it back and I was like, he's not gonna allow that. And then I said, hey, did you ever have any sewer servicing done? Did you do? And then he disclosed that, oh, yeah, we had a problem 20 years ago with roots and a backup due to do. Will be updated on the disclosure in the next 24 hours.
It's not on the discussion.
Because City of Cincinnati came out and did the work. So
Oh.
the problem was actually from the curb into the street, because there were trees at the curb. And so City of Cincinnati did all the work, he didn't pay for anything at all, he just removed trees. After, when they did that work, and so they jetted it, they removed the roots, all that stuff, and 20 years later, he's never had a problem. But he forgot, he didn't realize that if City of Cincinnati did the work and he never paid for any work. And
He
it was
still
not
needed to pay.
technically on his property, but the problem was on his property, that he had to disclose that from 20 years ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys tell me. But if you asked me to do a property disclosure and I legitimately forgot about something 20 years ago.
Right. Which he
That's
did.
that's an innocent mistake.
It is. And the buyer's agent. To her credit, is like. It was 20 years ago, I would forget too. and-
That's my point.
And I'm not, she's like, I'm not really, if City of Cincinnati handled it. And if it's 20 years ago, there's no other problem, I'm not worried now about crushed pipes,
Right,
because they would have repaired.
Right.
right.
Or there would have been.
That conversation went well.
See,
Well,
Yeah.
but I just,
this is why we work as a team with the other agent, right?
She wants to do this to herself.
All right,
I can't see, I'm blocked from the camera. They can see me.
Yeah.
Nobody in here, but yes, yeah, and that's why at the end of the day, you're always friendly with the other. Agent. Well, that's how I operate anyway. Why be an asshole?
I completely agree. However, there are people that don't agree and then it's like. Hey, we two can play this game, pal, right?
Yeah,
Alright, so we're gonna go on to page, I think it's 15, mindset. Moment. We're still stuck on the fear thing.
what?
Fear of not having a track record, fear of not knowing how to answer every question, fear of rejection. Do we still wanna talk about our fears?
No. No.
I'm afraid to not get there.
Why? Why do we talk about our fears? We wanna talk about how
I didn't
we're
say appointments.
overcoming things, not
Exactly.
fears.
Okay, so here we go then. Skill builder appointments. Here's the takeaway. The lead generation model describes how a lead becomes closed business. So this is what I'm looking at here,
Yeah,
right? I reach out to a lead, a prospect, I attract leads. How do we get them to turn in leads? The goal of all lead generation is to get appointments that lead to signed agreements and eventually close business. Okay. You saw in session one, the lead generation model outlines the process of how leads become eventual clients. In previous sessions, we talked about how to generate and follow up with leads. Now, we're going to talk about what to do when you have a lead that wants to buy or sell. See, now we're getting into the meat of it. No more fear. We're not feared of shit. We're scared of shit. Okay, by mastering the appointment process, you will become the most confident agents in the market. And the confident agents set appointments, get signed agreements, and close deals. By the end of today, you'll understand how to hold a stellar seller appointment. You will also lead with the resources you need to hold a great buyer's listing appointment. Your goal in Breakthrough 120 is to get 9 signed, we already discovered. Okay, 5 takeaways, okay? So, this is what I actually want to do. And then we're gonna take a break. Even though Kendall just got here. So,
it's okay. I need a break.
the number one thing. I believe that your clients. Probably number 2. Number 1 is you want them to like it. Nobody works with anybody that they don't like.
Yeah.
Typically, right? Every once in a while, somebody will work with somebody they don't like, and the reason they work with that person is because. They see them as the expert. And. Your job is to not become a. Agent. A realtor. Your job is to become a real estate expert. Okay, so when
Trusted
they-
advisor.
so when
Yeah.
your client, when you walk out of a potential appointment. They think there's no one I can absolutely go with other than this person because they are the expert. 1, I love them, but 2, they're the expert. So I'm gonna give you. Mine, which does not relate to you, but this is how I deal with mine. So. Because Celeste is. Here, we're gonna use Celeste. Okay, so. Dr. Celeste comes to me and says, I need. I'm an associate at Christ, I'm gonna go open my own practice, whatever it is, okay? I'm gonna say, great, Dr. Celeste, that's amazing. Let me explain to you how this is going to work. Okay? You're gonna go to the bank. And the bank is gonna give you $1 million. How's that sound?
I don't know.
Don't jump the gun.
I'm an expert.
And your first thing you're gonna say to me is. But I'm still $400,000 of student loan debt. I say, yes, I understand, but the bank's still gonna give you $1 million, okay? The bank's gonna give you $1 million, right? And you're telling me. That you wanna own your real estate. Because that's how it works. Well, let's talk about that. If I find you a piece of real estate and you want 3,000 square feet, right? But you don't know you want 3,000 square feet. You want,
4 consult rooms,
there we
a
go.
lobby and
That's right.
front desk and
That's right.
2 bathrooms and.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I want.
That's exactly what I wanna hear. So you want 4 consult rooms, right? Well, over here, 4 consult rooms, right? We call them actually treatment rooms. Okay. You need about, the general rule of thumb is $750 per. Okay? So 1,500, you need 3,000 square feet. Okay? Right? If I give you 750 square feet per treatment room, that includes your lobby, your break room, your personal office, You know, whatever, your mechanical room, your ADA bathrooms, right? That includes all that stuff. So this is the general rule of thumb right here. So you need 3,000 square feet and you wanna buy. Well, in the market today, a 3,000 square foot building in greater Cincinnati, let's just say it's in a decent area, so you know, Anderson, Westchester, Mason, Montgomery, Kenwood, right?
Parking,
General rule of thumb is general office, it's probably gonna be around 150 a square foot. Okay? So now you're at 150 a square foot times 3,000, so minus $450,000, okay? So that leaves us with 550 K left. All right?
Yep.
That's general office. Because there's not gonna be a turnkey option for you. There's just not, it's not out there on the market. So now. You got
Do we-
550 left.
What do you mean
do you
by
mean build
turn?
out? He's gotta build out.
You gotta build it out. It's not gonna be turnkey, right? So,
What do you
Do-
mean by that? What do you mean by build out?
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
So you're gonna buy a building, it's gonna be general office mainly or retail.
yeah.
It's not gonna be built for you. It's
Oh,
gonna
you
be
gotta
a former
add, you
pizza
gotta
place,
fix
a
it,
former
okay,
State Farm agent, it's gonna be something
you
else.
gotta
But
customize
you're
it.
gonna like the building, it's gonna look, let's say we found it, okay, this is the one you want. $550,000, okay? Once again, we're 3,000 square feet. Do you know how much it costs to build out a medical office in today's market? 250, I'm sorry, 200 a square foot.
Yeah.
So that's now $600,000 to build it. Costs more to buy the building than to renovate the building.
Innovative.
What does this look like now? We're at
We're at
one,
1,150, 1,150,000.
that's right. Okay? How's the budget look?
Not enough.
Yeah,
So guess what? Can't buy. But that's okay, because you're gonna practice for 30 years. And generally, the life of a practitioner, you have 4 offices over the general life of your practice. Right? You continue to grow, you continue to grow. So we're gonna take you to a lease. Okay? So now. You still want 3,000 square feet. Here's my budget. 600,000 to build it out, right? Because once again, we're not gonna find a turnkey location. That leaves us $400,000 left. What do you still need?
Rent money,
You need equipment. You need marketing,
please.
you need working capital. You need IT. You need disposables. Okay? How much do you think your equipment budget is? Well, we're just gonna come up with a round number, okay? This is $300,000 because you need an X-ray machine. The bank is going to require you to have $75,000 in working capital. And you have zero money because all you do is pay off your student loan debts. We're already at 375, you only have $4,000 left. Marketing, what are you gonna spend on marketing? 10 grand? You're not gonna spend 10 grand on marketing. Your first 18 months, you're gonna spend another $75,000 on marketing your practice. Once again, we busted here, but let's just keep going. So now we're at 600,000. Okay? To do this, I haven't even included your IT, which is another 75,000, plus your disposables, 25,000. So I have 700,000 here, plus what you just bought the building for. So you need $1.25 million to do a lease.
just to do a lease, wow.
That doesn't include your rent. Okay? So
Get your foot in the door.
just to open your door.
Yeah.
Bust.
But you're not gonna make money if you're advertising a lease to them, right? You wanna sell, right? As a
No, I make
commercial.
a ton of money on a lease.
Yeah.
Oh, do you? Oh, you do?
I'll tell you how
Okay.
you get paid on a lease.
Oh, okay,
Recurring,
So. I can't do anything about this. The bank is only giving you this. Is the seller gonna give you a note? Sellers don't get notes in commercial property. Not gonna give you a note. What can I do here? This I can still make work. You know how I can make this work? There's a thing called tenant improvement allowance. Because you are a doctor. You will bring value to the building by being a tenant in that space.
Okay.
Let's say you are a doctor who brings in 100 patients a day. Or a practice that brings in 100 patients a day. You don't think Jersey Mike's next door likes that? You don't think the Froyo place on the other side likes that?
Yeah.
You don't think Five Below likes that?
They all like it.
They
Yeah.
like it. And now, because I signed a lease with you, Mr. Landlord. You bumped your income per month from 100,000 to 110,000. And if we do that on a cap rate of 7%, we increase the value of your building 250K. Well, guess what? That's what I need. So now this center that you liked, because the rent was $5,000 a month. That's a broke down center. That landlord has zero money. I can't take you there. So my job, I'm gonna take you to every retail office building that has give or take 3,000 square feet. And the landlord has $250,000 to give you a tenant improvement allowance.
And how would the landlord give that to them? Minimize their lease?
I'll tell you, but. All these questions, but do you see my point?
Yeah.
Like, when I sit in front of a doctor. I tell them at the end of the conversation, it's not that I know my business. I know your business. And that's why you can't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
Because how many other agents have you met with? All of them are gonna be good commercial agents. How many of them know your business? How many know that the bank is gonna give you this and you gotta come, I do all of this and I come to this, okay? So that's how I win my clients, because I am the expert. I don't know how that translates to you. The long story short is you have to figure out a way to sit in front of a client that you don't know, not your mother-in-law, not your first grade teacher. You have to figure out how to sit in front of a client that you don't know and make sure that when you walk out, they know you're the expert. Okay, so this is how it works, okay? So a tip, let's just do retail / office generally. There's 3 kinds of leases. So you back up. There's 3 kinds of leases. Number 1 is gross. Everything is included in gross. Everything. Okay, nothing's out.
Electric, all of them.
Most of the time when it's listed as gross, it's not gross. Okay, it's just not. Sometimes, like, if you have a building that is like an older building and then you have like multiple, like an old house or something like that, maybe, right? But typically not. The one that's most common is a triple net. This is base rent plus CAM, which you'll hear it called CAM, it's not CAM. This is common area maintenance. Taxes. Insurance. So this is $20 a square foot. Plus $7 a square foot. For this. That's typical, and I'll explain all this. Your next one, which you will see, is modified gross. And this is everything in between. So typically on a modified gross, what you'll see is it includes the rent rate, includes everything, all of this, but it doesn't include utilities. And that's usually it. That's typically a modified gross. It doesn't include utilities, right? So most of the time when you see, if you ever have a client, they say, hey, this one's saying it's a gross, then you're like, yeah, it's probably not a gross. Let me call, I'll find out. Hey, it says gross, what's not included in the gross? They're like, yeah, it's a gross. They're like, yeah, what's not included? And they'll be like, oh yeah, water, and it's separately metered, so they gotta get their own Duke bill. Fine, no problem. Right?
It's
So
just, it's similar to a rental property.
it is. So then the other thing is, so then your client will say, well. The triple net's $20 a square foot. It's cheaper because the gross is 25. But what they didn't see is that in the listing, it says gross, and in this one, it says triple net. And then typically they don't advertise the triple nets because the triple nets are trued every year. Right? You understand what that means? Expenses come in. They divide it up per square foot, and they send it out. So it typically goes up 3 to 6% every year, okay? So then, how do you figure this out? Alright, so let's just go with this because that's typically what it's gonna be. So I got 3,000 square feet. Yeah, 3,000 square feet. Times $20. Right, is $60,000. Correct?
Yes.
Yep.
That's how much you pay per year. Doctor. You wanna do a 5-year deal, okay? That's gonna be $300,000. Okay? $300,000 plus the $250 that they're giving you in tenant improvement allowance. Guess what cause they're not gonna lose money. They may give you a little bit of a reduction, but I'm just giving you ballpark. So now you're at $550. Divided by 5 years. Right? You're now paying $110, $110,000 a year. How's that sound?
On rent.
Yeah, on rent. You went from 60 to 110. Not good. So doctor, I gotta take you to a 10-year term. Now, you're gonna pay 600,000. Instead, you're gonna pay 850. And I'm gonna need help on this. 850 is 85,000 a year. And so this, what is 30 divided by 3? What is 3,000 divided by 110? Does anybody have a calculator? 3,000 divided by 110. So on a 5-year term,
27.27.
you're looking at 27.27 a square foot. Versus 20. And what is 850 divided by 3,000?
850 divided by
Yeah, 3,000, 850,000.
0.28.
No. 850,000.
Oh, sorry,
No, that's all right.
divided by 3,000. That doesn't seem right. 283.3. No, that doesn't seem right.
850,000 divided by,
No, I'm
it's good.
3,000.
No, 850 first.
850, yeah,
K,
yeah,
yeah, divided by 3,000.
283. Which I don't understand, it should be 28.
It's not 850, I'm so sorry. $85,000 a year, 85
Okay,
divided by 3,000.
okay.
Now-
28.33, that's, yeah.
Then this wasn't right. Cause this is 110 divided by 3,000 and it was less than this. So 110 divided by 3,000 should be getting the 30s actually.
36.67.
There we go, 36. So now, then you take this
Love it.
plus, that's all right, you take this plus this. So what is, so this one, alright, last math,
Okay,
27 times 3,000
Okay.
it's 81,000.
divided by 12.
6750.
6750, so that's what they were asking for. Per month, all in.
Yeah.
Same thing, so now 3627. Plus 7,
Plus 7,
plus 7, because we gotta add in the triple nets.
okay,
Times 3,000. Divided by 12.
10,817.
And then last math, I promise.
Okay.
2833 plus 7 times 3,000. Divided by 12.
Is 8,832.
So You can't do this deal because you don't, it doesn't include the 250 that you need for your budget. You can do this one and pay $10,000 a month, almost 11, or you do this one and pay 9. Which one would you rather do?
Depending on what the buyout is, if you have to break your
There's
lease.
no buyout.
What about,
So if you
what
go-
about
you
your
have to break your
commissions and
lease, you-
fees? What are your commissions
Okay.
and fees in that?
Just real quick, there's no buyout.
Okay, I would do the 10-year.
Yeah, of course. Now, this is just, the deal. Now, there's other things that I can do here. Of my commission is this. It includes the tenant improvement allowance. So that's the other thing. But you do have to do what's best for your client, right? But what's best for your client is this. And the reason it's this is because who likes this number? Who would pay this for a rental apartment? No one. So this number blows them away, but once again, it's only gotta be about 7 to 10% of their income. Dentists, doctors, anybody who's doing $100,000 a month, their practices are usually 1.5 and up. So this is not a problem,
Right.
but it's more comfortable. And then the other thing you can do is to say, look, on average, they need this, okay? When you first start out, this may seem like a huge number. I don't know how much the landlord, once again, you always want the wealthiest landlord because it gives you the most options. Let me explain to you why. Okay, so Mr. Landlord, over 10 years, you need me to pay you $850,000, right? My client's a new business. Okay? Can we, year one, pay 6,000? And then 7,000? And then 7,500? And then 8, and then in year 10, we're paying you $12,000 when they're making $3 million a year.
Right.
And if the landlord is wealthy, like these guys over here, they're like,
Sure.
you gonna pay me $850 by 10 years? Do whatever you want.
Yep.
We'll take that deal all day long. And now I've just increased the value of my building $250,000. So now I take that, now I refinance. So that's the other thing that you have to understand in commercial real estate. Notes are called every 5 years. They have to refinance every 5 years. It's not an option. It's not a 30-year mortgage. It's a 30-year AM on a 5-year note. Every single one. Sometimes it's a 20-year on a 5-year note, whatever they do. It constantly is getting called. And that's so when now we're going back up even more. When everybody predicted there was going to be a commercial bust, that was because everybody who refinanced in 20 and 21, they got the same rates that the mortgage got, and now they have to refinance. So you're seeing a bust. If I'm going from a 2.5% and I have to refinance at a 7,
Right.
that's why big buildings are turning in the keys to the bank. Just because the interest rate has gone up. So now what I would do here is I would refinance. I would take the equity that I already had plus my 250. Because it's built on a cap rate, and I go buy another building, and I buy another building, and I buy another building, and that's how investors get rich.
Yeah.
They get rich by taking the money and the equity they have. And refinancing it to buy more and more and more and more, right?
Cause
So-
even if they turn in the keys to the bank. I mean, can't they negotiate sometimes with the bank or do a buyback? or-
Typically,
like-
the bank can't hold all these notes either.
Yeah, they don't wanna
So-
own a
Right.
gigantic
Yeah.
high-rise building.
And you have to remember, like, they've been paying that down. They've been paying a lot. So Celeste, so your question about the thing, this is
Yeah.
$850,000 deal. So remember, my client wanted to buy a $500,000 building. I just turned my $500,000 commission into an $850,000 commission by going to a lease. I love a lease. And most landlords, the rich landlords, the other reason to go, they never worry about commission.
Who pays you? The
The
landlord?
landlord.
Yeah,
The landlord pays you. They never worry about commission.
so is that,
So I
so
just
that's a one-time fee, and then
It-
what happens when you renew?
typically, it's not one, so typically you get 50% when it's executed and 50% when the tenant starts paying rent. That's another deal point. So a lease has 1,000 deal points, which is why if you're asking my 100% opinion, any of you guys come to me and say, I have a commercial deal, I will help you through any purchase, any sale. No, like, team leader, I'll help you. on a lease. We're either gonna do it together and you're gonna give me 50/50, or you're gonna give it to me, and it's gonna be 25/75. Cause there's thousands of deal points, so then I just did all of this, and then I said, Mr. Landlord, it's gonna take 6 months. To build the space, so I don't want my client to pay during that 6 months, and I need them, because they're a new business, I need them to be open for 3 months. Before they pay you rent, because it's a medical practice.
Right.
They file insurance, they're not getting paid.
Right.
You want guess who number one person who wants to succeed in this, the doctor. The small
Right.
business owner. Number two, the landlord. You wanna bankrupt them for making them pay rent for 9 months when they have no income? I can't factor that in. Once again, a wealthy landlord says, no problem. You give me $850,000 in 10 years, no problem.
Right.
You go to the mom and pop landlord. Where your client is like, let's just take all this out, I wanna save myself $300 a month, cause it's. That landlord can't do this deal. So that is how I sell myself to the client, like, listen. You may love this building, but this building doesn't love you back, the landlord doesn't love you back, they can't do the deal, they don't have the money to do the deal.
Yeah.
I have to take you to the richest landlords.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a turnkey solution, we'll just beat them up on price, right? And now, and we.
It's a whole interesting different.
And we still beat them up,
Cyber.
and we still beat them up on price, right? We still do all of that. So then, like typically, I get paid, like, I'm gonna sign one here. In July, I'll get paid, it's 30 days, so I'll get paid like mid-August, half. And then the next one is gonna be, it's actually turnkey, so I'll get paid probably November, I'll get the second half. And it's a great deal.
And then if they renew after 10 years, do you,
I never let them renew. Don't you ever renew, you know why? Because they're asking $20 a square foot, you paid 28. Even if the value of that building, or whatever you wanna call CPI, which don't get me involved in CPI, CPI is Consumer Product Index, it typically goes up. If you follow the market like 2.5%, 3,
Yep.
right? So then they'll ask for annual increases. If I did 20 times 1.3 for 10 years, you're not getting the 28. So if you renew, okay, they're gonna want annual increases on the 28 once you renew.
right,
So now you're gonna be paying 29, and the market may be at 25. So I tell this client at 18 months. 18 months, you call me. And I call the landlord and I say, I'm moving him out. He outgrew the space.
right. So
We're
instead
giving-
of renewing, you're renegotiating.
I'm renegotiating.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm renegotiating the whole deal, and then guess what's happening? Then we're signing a 5-year deal, because we don't need any tenant improvement on us, maybe a little bit. Right, maybe some carpet and paint you want in there, but maybe not. Maybe not. Then I'm renewing, and then I'm getting paid on a 5-year deal, $25 a square foot, and literally, I didn't leave my house on a renewal.
Right,
I don't need to see the space, I don't need to see shit.
right.
I send emails back and forth to the landlord. And they, every time, 18 months, we're leaving. You go ahead and list the property, don't worry about it, we're good.
Yeah.
We don't want you to leave, because what's gonna happen if they
The
leave?
doctor bringing in 250K.
What's gonna happen if they leave is
Big-
even a turnkey space, which is what I have.
Right,
There's a dental office, they left in November, we're finally gonna sign a lease in July. They just lost, and this is a lot. There's the one that I'm doing is 32. And it's 2,000 square feet. So my landlord. Divided by 12, let's just say 5. Okay, they're losing $5,000 a month, and the triple nets are $750. Okay, another whatever you wanna do, they're losing $6,600 a month. Times 8 months,
Are they actually gonna lose it?
yeah.
well,
but
there's no tenant,
there's no
we've
tenant.
had it listed, there's no tenant, the
So
dentist
when
moved
they,
out.
when they've done their new mortgage, they don't have 60
So,
grand to pay, yeah.
One, you don't have a tenant, so then you're like, okay, well, let's just say, whatever that is, 8 takeaway. whatever that is, right? So let's just say 40 grand, my landlord lost 40 grand plus expenses that they had to pay, those are real expenses.
Mhm.
Cause the tenant's not in there, so they're covering that, so they had to pay this versus. I know you want $25 for the space. But why don't we do a deal and you give me 22 and we settle at 23.50. And everybody wins.
And no one, there's no month gap.
There's no month gap.
Yeah. I mean, it's
'Cause
just
you
like
don't-
having a rental.
In a big strip center, I'm only dealing with my client. I have no idea who else's lease is coming up.
Right.
They only know that. Now, sometimes they won't play ball because they're so big and they're like, we don't care. But most of the time, they don't, companies aren't in business to lose money. So. So yeah, so like, that's how all of that works. So then a cap rate is based on this. This is the last thing we'll do, and then we will take a break. All right, a cap rate. Is the hardest thing to do in commercial real estate and is nothing but
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It is, it's
Like,
pretty
if I didn't have to,
impressive.
if I didn't have to do the math, I'm totally going to commercial, because I understand exactly what
Yeah.
you're saying.
so
I like
a
it.
cap rate is based off of. Technical term is. Like a study of the science of your craft. Okay? What does that mean? I made it up. I made it up.
I was gonna
Okay.
say voodoo.
Yeah. Because this is why. A cap rate. Is based off, when you went to real estate school, they taught you about multi-tenant housing. What is a cap rate based off of? Income
From the housing,
Plus something,
and
appreciation,
really vacancy rate.
Yeah.
Okay, vacancy, okay? And commercial. It is based off of income. Strength. Of lease. And strength. Of tenant.
Mhm.
Who determines this? Me, you, and you.
yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this, okay? We know what the income's 100,000 on the building. Or on this, right, on the building. I've got. In building A. I've got Kroger. And they only have 2 years left. I've got a dentist. And they've got 7 years left. I've got a dry cleaner. And they're month to month.
Mm.
Over here. I got Publix. And they've got 5 years left. I've got an urgent care. And they're brand new, so they got 9 years left. And I've got,
Subway.
yeah, sure, Subway, and they're got 2 years left. So. Strength of lease. Phenomenal. Really good. Okay, shit. Anything under 5 years is not worth anything. Wait, you're gonna tell me Kroger, it's got 2 years left and they're not worth anything? That's what I'm telling you.
Mhm.
They can leave and you're out.
Yeah.
40,000 square feet. And who's taking 40,000 square feet today?
not just anybody.
No one.
Yeah, right.
This is good, okay? Month to month. Not only are they strength of lease crap. Independently on dry cleaning.
And they could be gone.
Crap and crap.
Yeah.
Right.
Right?
Somewhere
Good.
too.
Is a dentist as good as Kroger just based off of strength of lease? Yes. Is
Yes.
it better than Kroger based off of strength of tenant? Kevin Ison, who's in this building, has 40 orthodontic offices. Is he worth the same as the dentist you go to who owns one? No.
No.
strength of tenant.
Right.
Starbucks. Great tenant, but if they're on a short-term lease, urgent care, who owns the urgent care? You're a single practitioner or Christ?
Right.
Strength of tenant. So all of this, this is the only. So this building, I would say, because this is crap, this is good, this is crap, is Kroger gonna leave? Typically, you know if they're gonna leave. Maybe,
You should do this building,
maybe,
you should study this building.
maybe an 8%.
Mhm.
This building right here, let's say this is Christ. Subway, who cares? I got Publix, I got urgent care. 6. What's the difference in the valuation? 100,000 divided by 0.08. You wanna do the math?
I'm just gonna say $20,000, it's 2%.
Yeah.
But. 1,000. Divided by. 125. Wait,
100,000 divided by 0.08. That's how you figure out a cap rate. You divide it by.
1.25 million.
1.25 million. Do the same on 0.6. 100,000 on 0.6.
Divided by 0.06. 1.6.
1.6 million.
6, 7.
6
Not
cents.
interesting. Cause you would think.
But, once again. Who came up with these numbers? Me. And Kendall's on the other side saying, no. This is at least a 6, 7. Yeah, 5, but like, come on.
Yeah, how are you calculating?
His brain.
I told you.
Voodoo.
Voodoo.
That noggin,
Voodoo.
Yeah, sure, cause
Voodoo.
you could downplay the dry cleaner, you could be like, oh, Kroger's gonna move. Or no, Kroger, they told me they're gonna sign another 10-year lease, they like this place, I mean, how many Krogers closed? The dentist,
The one in Union.
yeah, I mean, they
The
close all
one in
the
Union
time,
moved to the bigger one.
yeah, exactly, they
So-
consolidate.
That's like when you get into investment real estate. This is where the sharks are.
The math is so mathy.
This is where the
you
sharks
like that, don't you?
I mean, I
You
like.
like the mathy side.
It's very fascinating, but I would never,
So you have that, and like typically, like. So somebody's like evaluate this building, my evaluation could be different than someone's else. The trickiest one of all. Is when you have a standalone building. That. And it's still not that tricky, once again, if you guys had this, or you would just work on it together, and once again, no fee. Is, like, if you're in my line of work, if you have a doctor who owns a stand, which I have in Fort Thomas, if anybody wants to bring me another doctor.
Okay.
They own the building and they've been the tenant and they've been paying themselves.
Yeah.
And then what do? Okay, last thing, I know it's over, we're gonna take a break. I wish Tara was here. How do you evaluate a commercial building? Okay? Like that, standalone building. There's 3 models. And then there's Voodoo. Okay, number 1.
Wilson is voodoo.
Number 1, what is it? You do it the same way a bank does it, which is the most flawed. Comps,
right,
okay? Comps are bullshit. Find me another commercial building that is exactly the
They're
same,
very
in the
hard.
exactly same location,
Very
same
hard.
street count, same visibility, same everything.
Yeah.
It's crap. So anytime I tell my clients this when we're buying buildings, I don't care what the bank comes back at, we'll fight it. Cause they don't know. I don't know. We're literally guessing. This is called a broker opinion of value, by the way,
oh, yeah.
BOV, okay? Number 2. It's a standalone building, okay? This is the model the investors use, what I just gave you. Once again, rent,
Strength of
there's no vacancy rate. Strength of the tenant, the doctor who owns the building, the State Farm agent who owns the condo, been paying themselves rent. How much have they been paying themselves? Whatever their accountant says, you can maximize the most of your taxes.
Exactly,
So this means nothing to me,
right,
right? But I can figure this out based off of I go to the market and I look what's currently on market for a similar building, asking rent rates, and what's currently executed rent rates, which I have access to. Okay, so this is number one. I do put a little, I'll say. Wee bit, okay? Number three, the fairest, but
Voodoo,
not fair, not voodoo yet, not voodoo yet. Replacement,
oh, your
Value.
insurance guy. That,
insurance guy.
Mhm.
And this, when I do this for them, I'll say, if your building is not insured for this, you call your insurance right now. So then what do I do here? I go and find land comps. Try to do the best you can with land comps. Okay, based off of acreage, right? So price per square foot. I find land comps, I find building comps. I take the land comp, I put how much a contractor is charging today for ground up construction and interior build out, depending on what that is. And then I find buildings that are as similar as we can get them. And then, you know, or not, sorry, new construction. You find new construction, right? The best you can find.
Here's square footage.
Compare,
Yeah,
compare this,
right.
it is all based on square footage, right? 8 per acre per square foot. And then you do this, then. You take all of these and it's voodoo.
Do.
Well, why did you weigh this one more than this? And why did you weigh, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Because I'm the real estate expert.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah.
And I came up with an evaluation of this. And that's what I think we put it on the market for.
yeah. Well, I like the replacement, but I mean, on our rentals. I'm like.
This is how you
wish it would
evaluate
burn
a
down.
standalone building. In real estate,
That's awesome.
3 models.
Yeah.
It's called a broker opinion value. I have all of this stuff. I have it all written up. I have everything. I've probably done, I don't know, 5 a year, so I have 50 of these that I can give you guys.
That's awesome.
And like if someone comes to you, if your best friend owns a hair salon and they have a standalone building and they wanna sell. And you know, the hair salon probably isn't worth shit, right? Cause that's a referral based business. Your hair salon retires, you're not going to, you're not getting passed down, you're gonna go find a new hair salon person that you
Yeah.
like. But the real estate is worth something. So you tell them, hey, and then the other thing that comes into this that people don't understand. Is. Trade fixtures.
Oh, yes.
I don't know how Keller Williams feels about this, so I'm doing a lot of speaking out of turn here, even though being videoed. I don't know. You can always factor this into the real estate if you want. Okay. Or if you own your own LLC, once again, I have no idea how Keller Williams feels about this. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You can do your own research, you can figure out what it's worth, and you should charge 10%. And you should build to your own LLC. Cause it's not real estate.
Right.
We're a real estate company. We don't sell businesses, we don't sell trade fixtures. So if there's all the hair salon chairs, there's all the stuff. Okay, that anything that's not fixated to the ground. Is trade fixtures. You could also factor in if you really thought, hey, this is a great clientele, the person that's buying the business is actually already working in the business, so there's not gonna be a lot of turnover, then there is. Goodwill. So if you're selling a hair salon business and there's trade fixtures and there's this. This is not real estate, this is not real estate. You form your own LLC, you create your own invoice.
Right.
You sell it to them, and then you take 10%.
Yeah.
And guess what? This building on your hair salon, it's 2,000 square feet, it's probably worth $500,000, right? So that's a pretty good commission, because likely on a business, somebody's gonna come in, you get a 6% listing, you made $30,000 here. Minus whatever Keller Williams is gonna take, if you haven't already capped, and here, once again, I don't know, $75,000 for trade fixtures. And Goodwill, you took 70%, $750. You just made $37,500. Selling a business.
Right.
How many of those you gotta sell until you're happy per year?
Yeah,
One.
One, yeah, so I'm happy with one, like that.
I'm not greedy, one.
Yeah.
but it's hard.
Yeah. and
It's hard.
It's not like, obviously like ours go, you know.
There's a lot more
residential,
mapping, there's a lot more
30,
mapping
45
in
days,
it.
usually max 90 if it's crazy, like that,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't go really that long. But I'm sure that takes so much more effort.
It's hard
Yeah,
because it's on the market for a long time.
yeah,
Typically, when you're selling a business, the person is either retiring and they did not come up with a retirement plan, so they want to retire yesterday.
And they want as much money for it.
And they want money and or the business just didn't go well and they're already in the red and they just want to unload as quickly as they can because they're constantly just losing money. So it's like. That's, we can get in it, So
So you-
I'm sure you all do this, but like part of appointments should be setting the right expectations.
Are you doing both sides on one deal? Ever? Are you
So,
doing it?
I'm never a dual broker.
Okay,
Even so honestly, the lease that we're gonna do in Liberty for the dental office. It just so happens that the buyer or the tenant. I did a deal with previously. He called me about the listing, I let him know, I'm not representing. And he was like, it's fine, and he didn't go out and find another broker. So I'm getting 6%. I'm representing one, I will not represent them. Can't do that, I don't think it's
I can't
ethical.
do it, I've never done
I
deleting.
don't think it's ethical.
I've done it
Um,
on real estate, but it's like,
I get too emotionally involved anyway. and,
Yeah.
like, I know myself, so I.
I've done it, but I think you've got to be very careful, you've got to be very clear about the
Sure.
expectations.
Yeah.
Right
Obviously,
out
I've
the
seen
gate.
people do
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
and I like trust
Yeah.
you because I know you, or I just know myself,
You could also like. Depending on, cause really, you got the deal through the seller. So I think your first obligation is the seller, right? Unless it's like unless there's some right, so I always go to the seller side. Now. You could always, if it was like. I'm mediating. Where I haven't taken sides and I've advised, but. I've done that on a business, never on real estate. So I've sold several dental practices in my life. So I'm mediated a dental practice in. Where it's like, I'm the one in the middle, and then that's the best in my opinion, cause then I don't have to be nice to either side. They both signed agreements with me that I'm gonna mediate, and I'm taking my 3%, and I'm like, every time I talk. That's unreasonable. I'm telling you right now, that's unreasonable, and I'm gonna tell them that it's unreasonable. I don't pull any punches, it's unreasonable.
Right.
You know? And so then you go for that. Alright, I brought a sandwich, it is 11:15. You wanna come back at 11:30,
Sure.
I'd love to know.
and then we'll try to do some curriculum?
It's curriculum, what are you talking about?
I know what people do for like a listing or buyer presentation.
Oh my God.
Like what is the stuff that you actually show? Cause I have mine, but it's sort of like. I'd love to get chosen from,
Yeah.
a
Like,
pre-templated Etsy
Yeah.
thing.
That's
Now,
one of my assignments for being in coaching, and I'm like, this is horrible.
Will you hear tomorrow?
No, it's not.
I'll bring
It's
it.
not.
Really not,
It's
because
not.
you've got to put yourself. You've got to put yourself in a buyer's shoes
I'll bring the
and
old
wipe out,
pivot one.
yeah.
I'll bring the old pivot one.
I don't wanna share my buyer's screen because I'm kind of personal, like I work
I'll
very
share.
long and hard on mine and I'm a little.
And so
But-
that's what I'm saying,
yeah,
because they
but-
got one in Canva and then you can put your own stuff.
Right.
And just even.
I used
that
pivots as a
is
guide and then I looked at a bunch of other ones and
Yeah.
I kind of compiled them. So
That's
like,
what I-
I'll show you like why I like pivot so
Yeah.
much because it was really like,
Step by step.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's easy to go through
Yeah.
and do whatever.
I
And
can
it was
show
a
it to you
good,
too.
it's a good way to be like, to think about it. It's like, everybody gets their little binder, hi. I'm Tara, like, and here, this is yours for our whole thing, this is what you're.
And this is like,
you.
you do a
There's a
basic.
copy of the contract in it, I have one that
Yeah.
has everything filled out in it, so they can see like exact, they're signing,
Right, so
like
they
an
have
example.
the stuff,
yeah,
but making it, and I know that's gonna take time, like for me personally, like you.
Yeah.
But I just.
but if you
Well,
know
that's-
exactly
that's
what
the
you wanna
whole,
do,
like,
like, if you're like,
yeah,
okay, I do like this guideline, and then I can do the
I wanna
page.
physically see that. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'll bring it tomorrow,
I won't be here tomorrow.
Friday too.
I will be, I'll come Friday.
Okay,
If you're here
I'll
Friday.
bring it,
Because I have Mars has wisdom teeth instructions.
Yay, fun times.
And I don't think that would be good, if I was like, Dad's just gonna teach. But, I mean, you have two choices, you can either brand yourself, if you've already branded yourself, and you know you're branding your target client and your colors and your fonts, and if you already know.
I just stick with Keller Williams.
Or you.
I did
or you
have
change
a
color.
yeah.
I have already branded.
I have tried at Pivot to do like my own, cause like at Pivot, they would like really push you being an individual within the group and being very like that, and so I found that way harder. When I went to Howard Hanna, it was like Howard Hanna had all the material like Keller Williams does, like they were like, here's all of our Canvas stuff, here's all of our media marketing things, like just put your picture on it, put your thing, and I was like, you know, that's my company, that's who I work for, that's a lot easier. Did I tweak a font here? Did I like placement things a little bit different? Yeah,
That's what I did.
but like,
I just went for the
I
branding
go,
and changed it to personalize who I am as an agent. And how do I want to, you know, and I think, you know, you can make it as complicated as you want to, you can go to
my
this
whole
level.
is more-
But I think 101 is really a good place to start.
Yeah.
And then have a page that's more in-depth, that goes deeper to somebody who's maybe, you know, looking at buying a two-family and how that would look like with loans and all kinds of it. But I
You
mean,
know ahead of time, like if what kind of buyer there, you could probably have a section where you could do that, like mine's pretty like. This is general for anybody I meet, like, this is the standard, this is what you get, here's our agreement, here's all the like. Cause I know you can read it on Dotloop, Global, whatever, but like, you know how it is, like.
Yeah.
Things, and I'm like, here's your physical copy, and how many of those we have laying around the office that are already filled out with an example, and I'll be like, this is what you're, like, this may not be like what our offer looks like, but like, this is why that number goes there, this is why that.
I mean,
walk them
bold,
through all those things.
did
and
you
I'm like,
not get one through bold? But the last bold I did, we got an example of like one of the top producers. Oh, you didn't? Oh, well, I can send you that.
I have one of those too.
And I mean, I take a little bit from everything
Yeah.
and create my own, you know, and make it custom to you and like just things like, you know, like in your example, like. What is a property disclosure?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
This is
why
what,
is this
this is
important?
how you, why is
Because
this
it'll be
important?
like introduction, why you put together, you know, like what my expectations are, like whatever, here's like paperwork that you're gonna see. And then at the very end, it would be like. An insert from Bernie and title, home front mortgage, like whatever, like, hey, these are like. And this is why,
Mine even has like a little glossary on the back,
Yeah.
real estate terms that may not make sense to you, but it's.
Right.
You know, so yeah, I mean, I don't like for it to be a book, I think mine's about,
it's like, it's the thinnest binder
Yeah.
you can buy.
I mean,
is
yeah,
what I-
mine is like 16 pages, I think.
Yeah.
Is what it is. And yeah, I just feel like it's.
Do you
it's
double
so-
side?
I did for like contract paperwork and things like that,
I'm-
so,
I'm with you, I buy the high end paper, glossy, thick
Okay,
paper.
Last.
And I double side, cause that paper's expensive, so I'm like, yeah, I'll double side it. I used to do it in sleeves, like in this
Yes.
kind of binder in plastic sleeves, but I didn't like that. So I do it like that, yeah, yeah. And I mean, you think, like, I feel like now I have a digital version. And I'm just sending the digital version as a file to my new buyers because I'm finding more and more. I mean, like last night, I was here till 5 o'clock. I got a call at 5:15. Can I please go show a house at 8 o'clock? To somebody who's not even, like, I know the parents, and I didn't know the kid was looking. I mean, I hadn't even had the first meeting. You know, so they had to sign, you know, property specific disclosure when we got in the door. But there was no time, you know, to sit down and have a consult. So that happened this morning. You know, I met them, we looked at the house, I got them connected to a lender. And, you know, we're moving forward, but it's kind of like we don't want to miss that opportunity. So now they got a digital version of this is a buyer's guide. That I can sit there. I like to sit down with people.
I would rather, but it's not always an option.
It's not always an option.
A lot of times I meet people for the first time and our first showing.
Right.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what
what
I mean?
happened to me last time. I was
It's all
standing
bring it
there.
in.
But I was outside this house, of course, cars lined up the street, but it's gonna go multiples fast. And I was looking at all the people standing, I was like, are you Ian and Olivia? Are you Ian and Olivia? No, we're not. I'm like, okay, Okay, well, I guess when they get here, they know you.
You think you ask for, oh, yeah. Marty drive, would they? If it was really big on like, get their driver's license, have them send it like. We went for like, so it's a photocopy driver's license.
Or ID, so you know who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do that with my tenants before I. meet
Oh,
them.
sure.
I'm like, text me a picture of your ID before I come and show you my place alone.
Uh-huh.
And it, you know.
I don't want to be axe murdered.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, and everybody's like, "Sure," and if they don't, then I'm like, well, I can't meet you. I've never had anyone say no.
Right.
But I mean, so far in my business, every buyer I've met, I've signed,
Right,
and every listing I've done, I've signed.
nice.
But they're all fewer stranger buyers, like I didn't know buyers, you know, and they're like, I'll buy with you, fine. Listing, all my list, well, my map was a new, map was a Facebook connection, but my listings have been like,
That's good.
like,
That's what
but
that.
I've not competed.
Yeah.
Like they either like me right away, or they already know me.
But I think, yeah, I
But
think.
once I start competing, I need to have all this.
Yeah.
I really need to have a listing and a buyer presentation.
What like the
I-
buyer one's easier, the listing one is like. Needs to be tweaked more on it.
I just had that expired and
Right.
I mean, I had 4 other agents that I
Right.
competed against and I was competing against like all the banker and things to me, but I don't know who they sent out there. But I had the presentation.
Yeah.
Of course, my presentation, like I threw in, which I guess it could be considered. Polluting or corrupt, or selling it, but I just threw in like 2 pizza gift cards, because they were at the house. Always fixing it,
Yeah,
and she was like, nobody came for the presentation. And I was like,
Amazing presentation for a listing and for.
Really?
buyers. Oh, yeah, it was incredible, it was gorgeous, like.
yeah, I just feel like Keller Williams doesn't, it's so.
you can make your own.
I wonder if I have one.
Well, I know, you
So-
do, it's in command.
No, I wonder if I have a hard hand one still.
Oh, yeah, print it, or just send it to me, I'll print it, I'll put it. You know, it's.
Yeah, I wonder, what do you do?
They were
Yeah,
just
I-
gorgeous.
Yeah,
That
I
was
want
like-
chips too, because she's eating chips.
Oh, I
want
Yeah, I
chips, too.
need a little.
I didn't do
I
right.
already ate all my snacks, I'm mad, I'm like,
That would be amazing if you would share that, I mean, I'm not,
oh
you know, like I'll share anything that I've already made.
Yeah.
Because no one's gonna take it and copy it straight, and even if they
No.
do, they're still not me.
no, exactly.
My people are for me and their people are for them, and it doesn't matter what you share, so I'm a big.
I'm, me too. I'm a hugger, I'm a sharer.
I'm an oversharer.
Yeah, same.
Because again, like, I don't care if I bought it on, like, if I made it, it's special, it doesn't matter, because. Every individual goes with who they buy with.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
The only buyer I lost was in 2020 and we went to the coffee shop and I like did the presentation and he asked me to cut down my. 3% to help them win houses. He's like, will you offer up more of your commission to like this house? And I was like, no.
Yeah, that's not.
And I was like, I work for 3%. And he was, and I was like, if you want to pay that, he's like, well, it'll make us more competitive. And I'm like, I'm sure that it would. I was like, would you like to have your paycheck cut? I was like, sorry. He's like, well, there's other agents that are willing to, I go, well, maybe you should go for it.
Anyone who's willing to give away their money is also willing to give away your money. You know? That's always, I haven't had anyone ask me that, thank God, but that would be my answer. But I've had to deal with that shit from producers my whole life. Oh, you take less on your day rate? No. Is there a coffee machine out there?
Yes. It's like, on that left side, it's a black, and there's like teas and stuff by it. Okay.
Did you read it?
I found one of them, but I'm trying to find a personal. You find it? I found one that's like the generic card, and I'm trying to find like a personal. I know I have it.
I mean, I have. So I do like buyer seller packets that I can just give,
Yeah.
you know, they're just general, they're not really the presentation. They're just like, here's what you should look for, it's like, here's what you should do as a buyer, there's some resources, and this is what the terms mean, and blah, 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 and the same thing for listing.
And you know, your
Yourself.
presentation, you can put on the big screen in the presentation rooms, it's in Canva,
Right.
which is nice.
Okay, cause I just don't really have a listing presentation done. What I have is a buyer guide and a listing guide. So that if I meet a seller someplace, I can give out that folder and it just talks about like cleaning your plants out and decluttering and, you know, herb appeal and how, you know, appeal matters and that kind of thing, but it's not a presentation of this is why you need the list that you need. And that's kind of what I wanna work on next, because at some point, I'll go through my database and I'll be. Yeah. So,
Well. Technically, we're all competing, right? Different neighborhoods.
well, I mean, I'm not competing with your database, your friends and family. You know,
Did you see the comment Brian Jackson had up there the other day?
one with that, he's got
The Brian Jackson put up a
pocket
new
listings,
post
yeah,
about. I'll show it to you without saying. Someone.
right. He's not allowed.
No, you're fine.
Oh. Yeah, that was his thing.
Okay, hold on.
That was his post. Stop looking for a job, start building your career. Okay. They must.
Exactly.
I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
This was like,
I would have deleted that.
Oh, it's good. That's hurting them.
this is the generic one, just so you guys.
I was gonna learn. Yeah, mine looks like that. Alright, console. That's my big thing. I have a big 2 pages of that. Cause communication
Yeah.
is everything.
This is the like generic Howard.
Yeah.
Development.
I gotta find. Will you email me that? Thank you.
I always look for things I can add. or
Okay,
take
color
away.
blends, one or one person.
Um. Kendall. Kendall, KENDALM, so it's STOLC. Homes. At Gmail. I don't believe in.
Mine is finding home with Tara at gmail.com and then my color Williams.
You
But
don't
mine-
use the KW, KW, you get so much more.
But Lindsay Me and my Keller Williams one the same thing, it's finding home with Tara at Killer, like the KW truck, yeah, so.
Yeah.
And I was like, sweet, now I have two.
Well. I'm lucky.
I have two.
No,
I also have two.
I wish I could. We pause that.
Awesome. I wanna like eat this light up back here that's flickering.
I know,
Where is
right?
it?
Pause there we go, pause recording. Pause share. Stop share. Just pause. Or cut the audio. Where? Right on the other side.